think
They will control.
this one is.
They control.
Oh, this one is that they'll control this laptop.
I think so. They will control the same one.
Okay, I don't. See, I'm there.
But this one is not yet.
Good morning, everyone, and a warm welcome. Thank you for joining us at the Leadership and Digital Summit 2020. Go big with digital. So we are awaiting the start time with all of you. I know a lot of you are already in here joining us. Please do chat away. Leave us your favorite icons and send some positive vibes this morning to your fellow attendees. Use the chat feature, and you can also interact with me and the rest of the attendees joining us here today. In the meantime, though, how about a quick exercise, a socially distanced one, which you can do right now. So if you're seated down, please do kindly raise your right hand. Go ahead, wave it around a little bit like you just don't care. And now quickly make this symbol with me. Here I have the universal sign for okay or absolutely nothing. Now take this symbol with me, everybody, and place it on your chin. Now, for those of you that missed, the chin is here, the pointy thing at the end of your face. And now I know I got your attention, and you might also need another cup of coffee. So go grab that cup of coffee, because we will be starting live at 9:10 a.m. We'll see you all at 9:10 a.m. A very good morning once again, and a warm welcome to the Leadership and Digital Summit 2020. Go big with digital. I'm Terrence Das, and I shall be your MC for the day. And I hope everyone's doing well. I hope you're staying safe, and I hope you're very comfortably set up with your cup of coffee and you're good to go. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to take you through a few administrative announcements to ensure the smooth running of this event. First and foremost, virtual event. But as a reminder, for those of us experiencing this event physically or as a group, please ensure we all adhere to the SOPs and guidelines on social distancing. Let's get on to some technical administrative rules of engagement. Use that function on the right side to say hi, hello, send an emoticon, and to basically enter positive emoticon. That's right, send it away in the chat box. Let's see how many we can get by the time we bring up our first presenter. Also, we have an option for you to ask questions. So please use that when we have our discussion sessions with our various panelists from various thought leadership schools, and they will be here to actually deliberate with you. So your questions can help move that conversation along. Our moderators will be able to pick up your questions and funnel them into the conversation. Thank you all for your kind cooperation and attention. We'll be starting real soon. Now, ladies and gentlemen, once again, a very good morning and a warm welcome. This event is organized by the Malaysia Productivity Corporation, MPC, together with Digital Productivity Nexus, DPN, supported by various agencies and industry partners. Now, when we mean go big, we're not talking about size or scale, we're talking about importance. It means more than just big. This event is targeted to impact the country's leaders, both in the private and public sector. Also to drive us with this new mindset of achieving an aspiration that we can all look forward to. Our leaders are able to seek B, breakthrough performance, strengthen the I, integrity of products and services, to increase the customer's loyalty and understanding that digital technology is a force for G, good. That's B, I, and G. Today's event will have speaking sessions of insightful topics, showcasing of AR and AI from technology partners, and ending with a virtual networking session, which I know you're all looking forward to. As a nation, we want to see this aspiration being realized and propelled further to greater heights, incorporating B.I.G. We have an esteemed panel of speakers lined up to deliberate and talk about it today. So let's get straight into the heart of the conversation. First and foremost, to deliver the welcoming remarks, we'll be having Yang Berbahagia Datuk Wei Chuan Beng. He's a champion of Digital Productivity Nexus, DPN, also a National Council member for Digital Economy and the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Datuk Wei is a serial digital ICT or IT entrepreneur and recognized in the telecommunications and in the digital industry with an illustrious career developing the nation's digital industry and actively contributing to various national initiatives. He most notably founded Redtone International Berhad in 1996. He has served on the board of PCOM for 10 years, from 2000 to 2010. Datuk Wei was also a commission member of the Malaysian Communications and Multimedia Commission, and he has been appointed as Senior Executive Director of KSI Strategic Institute for Asia Pacific and Director of Red One Holdings Sdn Berhad. On that note, please help me welcome the very decorated, illustrious Yang Berbahagia Datuk Wei Chuan Beng.
Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri Muhammad Azmin Ali, Senior Minister, Ministry of International Trade and Industry. Yang Berhormat Senator Datuk Lim Ban Hong, Deputy Minister of International Trade and Industry. Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Muhammad Zuki Ali, Chief Secretary to the Government. Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Jamaluddin Ibrahim, President and Group Chief Executive Officer Axiata Group Berhad. Yang Berbahagia Datuk Lokman Hakim Ali, Secretary General of Ministry of International Trade and Industry. Yang Berbahagia Datuk Sri Nur Azman Ayub, Deputy Secretary General of Ministry of International Trade and Industry. Yang Berbahagia Datuk Abdul Latif Haji Abu Seman, Director General of Malaysia Productivity Corporation, Productivity Nexus Champions, distinguished speakers, partners and guests, ladies and gentlemen, salam sejahtera and a very good morning. Welcome to the Leadership and Digital Summit 2020. Go big with digital. Let me begin with our appreciation to YB Minister of International Trade and Industry for joining us this morning, albeit in virtual form. The very presence of YB Minister is a testament that we are truly in the digital age. From social gatherings to businesses and even court hearings, the world has plunged into a time where digital is not just a possibility but a necessity. In fact, McKinsey & Company has found that COVID-19 has accelerated digitalization of goods and services by a shocking 7 years. And yet, while agile digital leaders have made 7 years worth of progress, many more are still stuck in the past. While technology can level the playing field, it can also rapidly widen the gap between innovators and laggards. In these turbulent times, failure to adapt often means failure to survive. This is why we are gathered here today. Digitalization offers us a path forward and upwards. In 2020, Malaysia's GDP growth is expected to contract by 4.5% this year, but in 2021, we expect a rebound to a growth rate of 6.5% to 7.5%, led by the global growth and international trade. If we get this right, Malaysia's digital-enabled trade can grow from 31 billion ringgit today to 222 billion by 2030, according to ISIS. Dear leaders with us today, the Digital Productivity Nexus (DPN) established under the Malaysia Productivity Blueprint represents a digital hand extended to all of you and all of us. Our role is to bring together stakeholders across the national, sectorial, and enterprise levels to empower industry players to fully harness the power of digitalization. This year, our focus is on digital supply, digital demand, digital workforce, and digital infrastructure with the help of ministries, agencies, and private sectors. We have introduced 4 products this year. 35 webinars on Go Big with Digital were conducted during the period of MCO since beginning of the year and culminate into the launch of Go Big with Digital Video, which will be launched by the YB Minister of International Trade and Industry today. Digital Transformation Guide, DITG, for everyone, every industry. Digital Stars to help transition graduates into intern and industry productive digital stars, and Digital Infrastructure Competitive Index, that is to provide the platform to benchmark each and every state on the readiness to support and develop more digital infrastructure. Today, our speakers will share with us the meaning of digital leadership and how to go big. B.I.G, breakthrough, integrity, and good is about imagining breakthrough performance, enhancing loyalty with integrity, and being a force of good so as we go digital. As at its heart, Go Big with Digital is about a mindset change, starting with the understanding that digital transformation is imminent, rolling out to the entire company, going through cultural change to become more productivity driven, getting accustomed to the new ways of working with greater integrity, accepting that the disruption journey as good. To go big with digital, there are 5 P's for the leaders to recognize. First, promote the digital culture. To promote and embrace the use of digital technologies in your organizations. Second, pioneer or pilot digital adoption in 3 dimensions: customer, operational efficiency, and product development. To adopt digital systems that fit the need of the customer, increase the operational efficiency, and provide a better product development journey. Third, proliferation and expansion of digital adoption throughout the organization. To make use of digital tools and systems in the organization productions and processes from A to Z. That includes digital marketing, task management systems, sales reporting, human resource management, finance allocation, and more. Fourth, protect digital infrastructure and data. To protect and maintain the organization's digital infrastructure and data recording. Fifth, prosper with breakthrough performance. To enjoy the fruits of your labor when you transform your business digitally. Reap the rewards of the increase in revenue, production efficiency, and customers' recognition and loyalty. Ladies and gentlemen, today is about understanding what we are doing as a nation to recover from this crisis and what we, public and the private sector, must do to drive the business stability of our economy. The world is evolving with economic uncertainties. Malaysian businesses must be ready to cross over to the digital world positively and embrace the progressing consumer behavior. On that note, it gives me great pleasure to invite Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Muhammad Zuki Ali, Chief Secretary to the Government, and Tan Sri Jamaluddin Ibrahim, President and Group Chief Executive Officer to Axiata Group, to deliver the keynote address. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wei, for that welcoming address. And as alluded to by Dr. Wei, we'll have stalwarts of the industry joining us. We have them joining us virtually right now. Allow me to introduce first and foremost Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Muhammad Zuki Ali, who's currently the nation's 15th Chief Secretary to the government, a position he's held since the 1st of January 2020. With vast experience and a strong track record in the civil service, he has spent 28 years serving in various ministries and capacities, including the finance, education, home affairs, rural and regional development, as well as natural resources and environment ministries. Prior to his appointment as Chief Secretary to the government, Tan Sri Muhammad Zuki Ali served as Secretary General of the Ministry of Defense. He was also previously attached to Istana Negara, the Prime Minister's Department, and was Sarawak Federal Secretary. Ladies and gentlemen, we now introduce you virtually Tan Sri Muhammad Zuki Ali.
So this year we had big challenge. And more serious damage. The government has announced a six-part strategy as a recovery approach in rebuilding our nation due to disruption caused by COVID-19. At this stage, digitalization is essential to drive productivity in the public and private sector. A part of digitalization leadership and perseverance are crucial in realizing the transformation process. While our economy has shown a good recovery sign, the third wave of pandemic start up and forced the government to implement condition movement control order. And as a result, our economy is growing slowly at negative 3.7% in the quarter of 2020. According to the SME Association Malaysia, about 32,000 SMEs has broken down at this trying time. However, there are businesses still sustain and emerge as a result of being digitalized. It is anticipated that many companies are at risk of closure over the next few months due to the effect of the unprecedented situation. Ladies and gentlemen, the government has allocated RM 1 billion for industrial digitalization transformation scheme and 150 million in the SMB digitalization grant in the recent budget 2021. All of this is to assist those affected in order to embrace this initiative. Thus, the businesses need to aggressively adopt digital technology to stay competitive and enhances their productivity. Hence, Digital Productivity Nexus has initiated Go Big with Digital to impact the nation's 1 million leaders comprised of public and private sector, with a new mindset to achieve this aspiration. The leaders are able to set breakthroughs, performance, strengthen the integrity of products and services, thus increase the customer's loyalty to understand the digital technology is a force of good, or B.I.G. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope this forum will set the tone for desired outcome that will shape the betterness of our beloved nation. We really need more innovative ideas on how to leverage digitalization and how to incorporate breakthrough, integrity, and good into our planning to prepare Malaysia to be more competitive and market-friendly to investors. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, thank you to all participants, the organizers from MPC and Digital Productivity Nexus in ensuring this event of virtual nature continues in the foreseeable future. I wish everyone a productive day ahead and a very successful forum. Thank you. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. And terima kasih.
Thank you, Tan Sri. And that shows the commitment from the #1 civil servant in the country. He was responsible basically for galvanizing the civil service and moving forward through these very interesting times. So a commitment from the government level would indicate that Malaysia is now geared up for big, B.I.G, in using all levels of communication technologies as well as the digital space that we have created to move the country forward. Before we move on to our next presentation, which will be by Tan Sri Jamaluddin Ibrahim, allow me to engage you as you're watching this event right now in the chat area. So we're just going to test things out to see if everyone is on board. Could you kindly just quickly let us know where you are joining us from? I'm going to right away head to the chat. I'm sure you're kind of used to this, seeing a host online, selling stuff virtually. There are also hosts online who interact and deliver performances comedies and things of that sort, skits, and also maybe even sing you a song. But for today, all I'm doing is saying hi. So let's quickly get into the chat box, and I would like to say hi to all of you who are joining us right now. I know there's some 250 participants from around the country. So that's the beauty of virtual, and that's the beauty of having an event like this. We can all actually still be together despite our geographical distance. So please do let us know where you're joining us from. Zulkarnain, you're joining us all the way from KL Central. It's not too far away. And hello to Elvin, joining us from Kuching, Sarawak. Thank you very much, Elvin, for being here. From Shah Alam, we have Raja Nordiana. From Jitra Kedah, we have Azrul Hisham. Celine is joining us from Malacca. College Community Klang, we have Nurul. And we also have someone from Bandar Sunway, which is just right around the corner, Nurul Fatia. So there we go. We have a landscape of Malaysia here. And yes, we have Dr. Chai joining us all the way from Sabah. Thank you very much, sir. We may be divided geographically, but I'm sure that all of you are feeling very connected via this chat box. So this is also Welcome back, and thank you for staying with us. We truly appreciate your patience, and we apologize for the technical issues that we had been facing. Please do kindly indicate that you're still here in the chat room. We'd love to hear from you. So first and foremost, I guess the main question would be, can you hear me? And if you can, just a shout out to us via the chat box with a thumbs up. So if you can hear us loud and clear, please do say something. Hello, Nor Atika. Thank you for saying hi. Nor Atika from ISIS. Yes, Mr. Terrence, we can hear you. Thank you very much. Chandra, there you go. All right, so it looks like our issues with the sound have been sorted out, and we will be replaying recordings of the earlier part of the event. So for those of you that missed any content, I have no fear. We'll be replaying that. Once the entire event is done, we'll have an opportunity to upload the full video of the event for your perusal. So please do kindly look forward to that. On that note, we also would like to check the other features of the chat. So if you have any questions that you would like answered today, perhaps it's a great opportunity for you to also post those questions there. Let's start with something simple. What sorts of collaborations would you like to see in the tech sphere? What kinds of collaborations are you looking forward to, especially in 2020? And also how people are going to be looking forward to going back to some sort of semblance of normality. We're looking at healthcare travel being reinstated slowly, and also travel bubbles being created. This will sort of push industries that have been kind of on the back burner, including the airlines industries, back into the forefront. So this is something that we're looking forward to, but what kinds of collaborations in the tech sphere can actually help push these things forward? So please do kindly indicate what sort of collaborations you would like to see. And we would love to actually hear from you. Do indicate also any questions that you might have for us. There you go. A couple of technical questions still being asked. And in the chat sphere, I would like to see some of you put longer questions out so I can check whether or not we can have them loud and clear. All right, there you go. Okay. I hope that we can get into that, and I hope that we can solve your issue. Let's see whether or not we can tackle that right now. Miss Ria, Shahilin, I hope that your issue will be solved shortly. I'm going to just keep talking, and I hope that that will help you facilitate the sound. Sound clear. But the line, oh gosh, all right, okay. So I understand that we may still have some issues, and I hope that we can resolve that for you so that this event can go on smoothly, because we have a lot of speakers still to come, and I'm looking forward to hearing what they have to say. I'm sure you are too. You don't want to be interrupted by any sort of quality issues. But in the event something like that happens, please once again look forward to the recording. It should be crystal clear, and we should be able to upload that at the end of the session. So we're looking forward to giving you all the content that we can deliver today. Our speakers, some are here physically with us in the studio. Some are, of course, going to be crossing over to us from as far as neighboring Singapore, and they will be joining us live in the sessions. We also do have a special message virtually from the Minister of International Trade and Industry and Senior Minister, Dr. Sri Azmin Ali. He'll be joining us virtually for that message. And we have still to come an opportunity for all of you to network in the networking areas. We also have collaboration from our technology partners to showcase the power of AR and AI. And I do believe this is cutting edge stuff, something that we are all going to be using more and more as we move forward into embracing a sort of new norm where people are more distanced from each other, but still very connected. So you might be distanced on a physical plane, but on that digital space, the connections could be almost seamless with AR and AI put out there in full force. So I want to check once again, having gone through a little slew of a narrative there. Dr. Kim, yes, I do believe your issue echoed throughout. On that note, I think we're going to take a quick breather to check on those issues. We're going to be back shortly. Please do bear with us. And thank you very much for your patience and understanding. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're back, and thank you for your patience and understanding. On the technical issues, we will be looking forward to help smooth those out, those rough edges. And I do believe that you can hear me, even though some of you might have some lagging connections. So I hope that all of you are going to stay to the very end. And as I mentioned, we will be having a recorded video upload of all of the proceedings, presentations, and of course, interactions throughout this event. So please do look forward to that. Hear me loud and clear would be another issue altogether. So if you can hear me, just give me a thumbs up in the chat feature down below, and then we'll move on with our next presentation. Thank you very much, Chandra, for that concern, and thank you for saying that you can hear me. To all participants, please do kindly respond so that we know. There you go. All right, thank you very much for your response. All right, great, thank you. Technologist Zaina. Thank you, Ria. Thank you, Yusma. All of you are indicating that you now have better sound quality, so that is great. Thank you so much. Also, once again, we'd like to prod for the upcoming topics. Our very first discussion will be on integrity. So what kind of integrity issues, transparency issues do you see in the tech space right now? Those will be some of the issues that we'd like to address. And I know that a lot of you have burning questions, so please do kindly use the question feature, which is also here on the main board. And you can actually indicate the questions that you would like answered by our panelists. So we have distinguished panelists joining us. One will be here in the studio physically, and the other, of course, will be joining us via a virtual platform. So thank you very much for all your response so far. Great, it's clear now. The sound is better. Awesome. Thank you, Carol, for indicating that. Thank you, Mahadi, for saying that it's clear. And thank you, Mr. Tahir, as well, for chiming in. So I hope that all issues pertaining to sound will be sorted out from this point moving forward. Still to come, I hope you didn't miss this. We do have demonstrations, of course, an AR demo by technology partners and an AI demo as well. So you're looking forward to seeing cutting-edge technology in the field of augmented reality and artificial intelligence. I think a lot of us are already experiencing the power of AI and the way we live, how predictive technology is being used to help us make better decisions for our lives. We all have our connected devices. We're walking around with smartwatches. We're actually monitoring ourselves, and all this is thanks to the power of AI in some form or shape. So please do kindly indicate what you would also like to see in this cutting-edge space of AI, AR, and how that will interact with the rest of the technology space. And there you go. Thank you so much for all your responses so far. I am truly appreciative that you guys have stayed, and thank you once again for your understanding on these issues. So we do have other presentations still to come, including the Minister of International Trade and Industry himself, who will be joining us virtually, and he will be deliberating a little bit on this topic, and from the policy point of view, how digital and how all the aspects that we've talked about and the ones that Dato' Wei and Tan Sri Suki have elaborated upon will be shaping out and working for our nation moving forward. So I'm also going to quickly point out that besides this chat feature and the question feature, I hope you didn't miss this, we do have a networking session lined up for you so you can get to know your fellow attendees better. You can already start by creating these bubbles of communication between you and other parties that you feel you might have a great working relationship with moving forward, or they might be offering a product, service, or maybe an academic kind of solution for something that you're looking to expand upon. So please reach out to them. I know that you can see each other, basically. That's what the chat feature is for. So the more you respond on the chat feature, the more visible you become to the rest of the attendees. That's how they pick up on you, and that's how they kind of reach out to you and indicate that they would like to collaborate and move forward. So this is something that we're looking forward to seeing. Thank you very much, Tuan Pengarah. Better sound. Okay, great. All righty. So I'm going to quickly just respond there. Of collaborations are you looking forward to in 2020? There you go. So that's me. My question out there to all of you: what kind of collaborations are you looking forward to in 2020, and of course moving into 2021, seeing as how we're at the tail end of this very challenging year for some, interesting year for some, and it has been a year of growth definitely for the entire tech space. So collaboration wise, what are you looking forward to? What would you like to see happen in the tech space? I know that a lot of you are here because you want to chime in on these questions, and I would like to get that conversation started here on the chat. So if you have any feedback, please do kindly respond, and we shall be taking these conversations further. Now, in a short moment, I'll be introducing you to Tan Sri Jamaluddin Ibrahim, the Managing Director, President, and Group Chief Executive Officer of Axiata Group Berhad. He'll also be joining us virtually. And we have the stalwarts of industry, captains of industry, joining us here today to not just talk about the realities of IT, which I'm sure you're all very familiar with. In fact, you're all experiencing it and you're on the front lines of that cutting edge technology being delivered to the rest of the community. But we're also looking at why we need to drive deeper conversations and foster better understanding of what technology can do and how it can become a true force for good. Now, there are a lot of issues pertaining to security now also being addressed, especially with the inherent usage of technology for scams and things of that sort. So the other side of the coin, obviously, is technology being used as a force of destruction and using that as a tool to take away from some individuals who are gullible enough to not know what is out there. So how do we protect these individuals, and how do we actually insulate the tech sphere from these black hats or people of that nature who would like to truly create damage and chaos using technology still as a tool? So we have those conversations coming up shortly, and I'm just rambling on to ensure that the sound quality is good for everyone watching across the platform. So folks, we want to once again thank you all for being here. We hope that you're staying safe wherever you may be. Please do ensure that you're physically distanced, because of course you're all very connected via this platform and other platforms like it. We're just about ready to move on with our next presentation. And still to come, we will have two very interesting discussions. The first on the integrity of technology, and we'll also be elaborating on what I just mentioned, a force for good, and how technology can help build that capacity as we move into the next year. 2021 is just at our doorstep. We're about to march in there, guns blazing as far as technology goes, because it's been revolutionary for the tech space. So allow me to introduce you to someone who's been a stalwart in the tech industry for quite some time. Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Jamaluddin has more than 40 years of experience, including about 16 in IT and 23 in telecommunications. Just outside of IT, he has been involved in many other areas, especially in education. And he was, until recently, the chairman of Celcom Axiata Berhad and also a board member, PTXL Axiata in Indonesia. Jamaluddin joined Axiata after more than 10 years with Maxis Communications since 1997, and he'll be delivering the keynote address again on the topic of Go, B.I.G, Go Big, with digital leadership in action. So please welcome virtually Tan Sri Jamaluddin Ibrahim. How are you, sir?
Assalamualaikum, good morning. YB Datuk Sri Muhammad Azmin Ali, YB Senator Datuk Lim, yang berbahagia Datuk Lokman, yang berbahagia Datuk Sri Nur Azman, yang berbahagia Datuk Abdul Latif, and yang berbahagia Datuk Wei. Also, good morning and Assalamualaikum to MPC Board of Directors, champions of the various productivity nexus, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. So everyone is talking about digitization or digital. How do we adapt to the world of digital? And even more important, how do we as leaders provide a breakthrough and the leadership required in the digital world? So we all know that digital affecting us in almost every day of our life, but if you look at the impact to the economy, it's quite significant. What is happening is that there's an acceleration, huge acceleration and adoption of digital activities or adoption. So you look at the e-commerce across all, at least the countries that you've seen on this chart, from India, Malaysia, Philippines, and so on. The e-commerce have been a major spike or a major surge of activities in the world, in digital activities. Media, similar, e-learning even more, and e-payment. The digital economy share of GDP has increased or expected to increase from 17.8 to 20% and expected to even increase much more by 2025. The one that is even more important is the multiplier effects of digital economy and connectivity to the economy. On the left side of the chart, you can see that the impact from broadband connectivity. For every 1% increase of broadband adoption, how it affects the GDP. If you look at on the right-hand side of the chart, the digital economy multipliers are even more significant. And every 10-point uplift in the country's digital density index will result in corresponding uplift to the average annual GDP growth rates. That's huge. But let's talk about how we going to have a breakthrough given the digitization is already happening now and given the fact that it has been accelerated quite significantly. Now the following chart just show what are the things that we need to do to provide a breakthrough to make it happen in a significant way beyond what is happening naturally. The first is, of course, to every company, every single institution must be looking at how do we digitize from end to end. It's not just about having a website. That's bare minimum. So external interface, how people provide that feedback, how people actually secure your services and products is just one aspect of it. The second aspect is internally, we must digitize all our operations, our human resource operations, our marketing operations, our financial operations, and so on. The third aspect is the product itself, product or services. Now, of course, some products like food, you can't digitize, but you can digitize the menu. But the one that has been a lot digitized even much earlier is the music industry. All music now, practically you don't buy as much as CDs or records before, you just download it. Similarly, with movies, you just practically download. So those are almost all fully digitized. Even in our industry, in telecommunication industry, we launched a business, not just a product, a business called Udo. It was launched by Celcom a couple of years back, where we digitized end-to-end. Every aspect of the services can only be done and will only be done through digital manner. So from registering, we will deliver the SIM card to you. You can change the plan. You can upgrade the plan. You can provide your basic information, all 100% digital. So that is the kind of evolution that's happening. The fourth aspect is the technology or the system infrastructure. It is very important that we have the right IT infrastructure to support that. It's not just about clouds or data centers. It's about end-to-end system that will be able to support the external interface, the internal processes, and the product and services that have been provided to the consumer. And last but not least, the mindset. Now, it sounds very trivial, but that is very important because more and more people are beginning to adopt and realize what digitization can do and what needs to be done. But not all have come to the stage where it becomes second nature. So that's the end-to-end digitization. We need to do every aspect of it to be able to reach the breakthrough in the digital era, and the sooner the better. Of course, the second aspect is analytics. Now, digitization is not just being able to digitize the process, operations, products, and services, but an important byproduct of digitization is the data and the analytics that you can do with the data. You can do what we call the micro-segmentation or segmentation of one, where you provide service or services to a particular individual different from the next guy who sits beside him. So, for example, let's say somebody's watching YouTube, 3 of us or 4 of us watching at the same time for the same content, but 4 of us should have different advertising, different kind of push to all of them before we even look at the content, because the analysis has been done to differentiate each one of us differently. So it can only be done using the data analytics, but can be done because of the digitization process that happens surrounding it. Now, similarly, the use of artificial intelligence and robotics will be used to help in this whole process. So, and of course, we can have the predictive model. So, for example, in our telecom industry, our network actually has been highly digitized, and the back-end system to support the network has been highly digitized, meaning a significant part of our network planning is actually done through artificial intelligence or machine learning. They learn and try to optimize the network based on the data provided, based on the digitization process that we have done across our network. Similarly, the system can even predict future transaction, future volume, future traffic that's going into the network, so that we can plan better for the network, and even before any problems were to happen. Now, we have done that even all the way to audit. Audit can now use artificial intelligence and machine learning to even predict the discrepancy, the anomalies that's happening within the operations. And I've seen many other examples also where the use of analytics done not just from at a marketing level, but across the whole functions, across the whole organization. Of course, the third aspect is execution. Now we have digitization, we have analytics, but of course the most important thing is to execute. The key word here is action, bias for action, and speed. Now, a lot of people debate, should it be a 5-year plan to a big, gigantic plan to digitize the organization, to provide the analytics capability? But it doesn't matter. You must do all in parallel. Big plan, long-term plan, short-term plan, low-lying fruits, all must be done all in parallel, because time is of the essence here. And therefore, it requires a lot of top-down. We ourselves have done a lot of digitization back about 6 years ago, and we started very slowly, only because we thought that it can be done naturally. People understand, people are aware of digitization, and we thought that it could be done naturally. But we were wrong. And most of our own companies were quite slow initially to adapt the digitization and to build the analytic skill. So realizing that about 3 years ago, we decided to make it more top-down. We actually followed through, we did survey, we did benchmarking, and we monitor the progress of digitization and analytics. And one of the things about the whole process is experimentation and risk-taking. Not everything you know exactly upfront what is going to be expected of the process, but just do it. It's very important to experiment and take certain risks. Of course, it has to be a calculated risk. Just like the digitization itself, the execution itself requires a different mindset. Mindset not just about action and speed, mindset about what can be done and what cannot be done, and what in most cases it can be done, it can be digitized. Now, last but not least, there must be within a company, there must be some incentive to get people to do things. But of course, there must be some consequences if they don't implement digitization the way it should be. So that's the concept of breakthrough in the digital era. Meaning, if we digitize fast, we do the analytics, and we execute with bias for action, we perhaps can achieve the breakthrough in the digital era. as leaders, what can we do? What can we do differently, perhaps, in the digital era? Well, the answer is not magical. It's not like there's new bunch of skills required, but the focus on few key skills. When you talk about leadership, obviously, in general, it's the same thing. You need to have leadership competencies, you need to have the functional skills, and you need to be personally effective in getting things done. That's given, but that's not the main point. More importantly, during this era, are the following skills. As I mentioned a couple of times, speed and agility is important. How do you adapt? How do you react given a situation? How you proactively make things happen? So that's number one. And the skills of digital analytics are not necessarily natural. It got to be developed within the company. There must be huge programs that has to be embarked across the whole organization for every single employee. There must be some innovation and creativity. It kind of balances off between that and the risk that I mentioned earlier. We have to go beyond norms, think of different ways of doing it, and think of how digitization and analytics can make the difference from before. The fact of the matter is, in this digital era, we will make mistakes. We will have to learn, and we have to be humble enough to know that we do not know enough and explore things. We have to find ways to do things. We have to talk to people. We have to learn from others. We have to compare notes. We have to collaborate to be able to learn more than we could have done otherwise. The last point here is integrity and ethics. While one might ask, what is the connection of integrity and ethics to this whole discussion? But if you look at the theme for the whole session itself is BIG or B.I.G, and I is integrity. So then the question is, what's so special about it in this context? It is special because if you think about it, while digitization and analytics allow us to do a lot more than we could ever done before, at the same time, it allows a lot of people to do things that are harmful and some that are not supposed to be done, because the information that you have can affect others. The system that you can infiltrate can affect others. For example, data privacy. That's easy. We collect a lot of data. We do a lot of things with the whole process of digitization, whether it's internally or externally. But because of that, it is very susceptible to misuse of data, and the whole question of data privacy come into play. And all companies must ensure that they have enough processes and the integrity ethics to make sure they don't misuse those data. Now, similarly, because of the digitization process and analytics, you could predict things that might not necessarily be within the boundary of the norms and what is ethical. So it's very easy to do that because of the data you collect and because of the capabilities that exist within the digital world. So while the point is, while it might sound very trivial, might sound very basic, and it might sound not related to this topic, it is in fact very important. The more the complex world is, the more the easier to do things, the more we are challenged to remain with our values of integrity and ethics. With that, I end my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tan Sri Jamaluddin Ibrahim, for presenting the very insightful, thought-provoking keynote. And I hope that all of you have benefited from what Tan Sri deliberated upon. And moving forward now, ladies and gentlemen, it is our pleasure to introduce you virtually to Dato Sri Muhammad Azmin Ali. He'll be delivering the opening remarks and then launching Go Big with Digital. Without needing much introduction, we have with us now Senior Minister, Minister of International Trade and Industry. Please welcome Yang Berhormat Dato Sri Muhammad Azmin Ali.
Yang Berhormat Senator Datuk Lim Ban Hong, Deputy Minister of International Trade and Industry, Tan Sri Muhammad Zuki Ali, Chief Secretary to the Government, Datuk Lokman Hakim Ali, Secretary General of MITI, Datuk Abdul Latif Haji Abu Seman, Director General of MPC, Datuk Wei Chuan Beng, Champion of Digital Productivity Nexus, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera and a very good morning. I'm honored to welcome all of you to the launch of Leadership and Digital Summit 2020. The theme, Go Big with Digital, is most apt in view of the situation that we are facing today. In the age of digital disruption, the mantra of breakthrough, integrity, and good resonates indeed with demands for continuous innovation and enhanced productivity through the adoption of digital technology. In this regard, I would like to commend the Malaysia Productivity Corporation, or MPC, for the establishment of 9 productivity nexus as a platform to drive multi-stakeholder initiatives to increase productivity, including, no doubt, with the SMEs sector. Globally, Malaysia ranks 33rd among 144 countries in ICT adoption pillars in the Global Competitiveness Report 2019 by the World Economic Forum. With strong support and smart collaborations between public and private sectors, there are certainly more avenues to guide our SMEs to digitally empower Malaysian businesses. Ladies and gentlemen, with the establishment of the Digital Economy and Fourth Industrial Revolution Council, the government is providing clear and coherent policy leadership to scale the country's capabilities in technological advancements and power the growth of the digital economy. Furthermore, the COVID-19 pandemic has created an added urgency for Malaysia to deal headlong with the new norm to provide quality access to digital connectivity, as well as devise strategies to address future contingencies. It has pushed forward the need to embrace automation and ICT fully in the efforts to ensure the continuity and competitiveness of the industries. Hence, the government recently formulated the Jalinan Digital Negara Plan, or JENDELA, to improve coverage and quality of service and set the foundation for 5G. These will be achieved via a phased approach, beginning with key quick wins initiatives, maximizing the existing resources and infrastructure to ensure the people can get maximal broadband connectivity. Subsequently, the requisite high-tech infrastructure will be put in place to fast-track our transition into 5G wireless technology. As an enabler of higher and quicker rate of technology adoption and digital transformation, the implementation of JENDELA is therefore timely and central, and no doubt will be a primary catalyst to propel the country on a higher trajectory of economic growth. I wish to stress that in our efforts to complement the JENDELA initiative, MITI has given top priority to the development of digitalization in its new services sector Blueprint 2021-2025. All new programs on digitalization under this blueprint will support and complement all JENDELA initiatives as part of the continuous efforts to ensure the well-being of the people. Ladies and gentlemen, in the third quarter 2020, Malaysia's GDP growth improved to negative 2.7% as compared to negative 17.1% for the second quarter. This is significant indeed, as reflecting the effectiveness of the initiatives implemented by the government, including the various economic stimulus packages. Meanwhile, our GDP is projected to grow between 6.5 and 7.5% in 2021, with a strong rebound to be driven by the anticipated improvement in global growth in demand and international trade. This is also in line with other multilateral institutions such as the IMF, which has projected a global economic growth of 5.2% and a global trade growth of 8.3% in 2021. The renewed focus will be on increasing foreign direct investments, enhancing productivity, and reinstilling consumer confidence, prioritizing essential areas such as improving the ease of doing business, enhancing the usage of technology and digitalization across public and private sectors, as well as ensuring a stable labor market would be requisite for continued flow of high value-added investments into the country. Ladies and gentlemen, as leadership remains a critical element in any organization, preparing the team to embrace the digital revolution through technology innovation can only be rolled out successfully through great digital leadership. In this regard, MITI will continue to provide the impetus and leadership to strengthen the industries, particularly the SMEs, and support them to drive productivity and ensure sustainability. It is indeed noteworthy that the government has unveiled an expansionary budget for 2021 with a clear focus on exponential productivity growth through the adoption of digital technology and IR 4.0. Among the enablers is the 1 billion ringgit budget for industrial digitalization transformation and allocation that takes into account the challenges, needs, and welfare of all strata of societies, industries, and businesses. The additional 150 million ringgit for SME digitalization grant scheme and smart automation grant will facilitate micro SMEs and startups to empower businesses to fuel the growth of this important sector. Clearly, digitalization will boost productivity growth for SMEs in Malaysia for the immediate, medium, and long term. Highly productive economies must adapt quickly to technological developments, and this involves the willingness of leaders to acculturate new ways of producing goods and services, resulting in innovative ways of operating businesses. Ladies and gentlemen, it will take time, and going big with digital does not happen overnight. We need to rise together and pool our human capital resources to achieve breakthrough results, enhance loyalty with integrity, and to bring a force of good for all stakeholders of the business ecosystem. In closing, I wish to thank the organizers, Digital Productivity Nexus, and MPC for your support and commitment towards achieving our nation's productivity agenda. I'm indeed delighted to be here with you to launch the Go Big with Digital video and wish everyone a productive day ahead and a very successful conference. Thank you.
As a leader mesti berani buat keputusan. Salah tak apa buat keputusan. Biasalah buat keputusan salah kan. Cerita comfort zone ni dah lama dah. Dah lama dah kita cerita leader-leader bercerita pasal comfort zone. Leader sendiri bercerita pasal comfort zone. Tapi leader tak keluar daripada comfort zone. Macam mana nak buah nak keluar?
Siapa sangka setiakawan lebih 18 tahun berjaya menjadi batu asas
Agrotourism Centre hasil kerjasama Farm Fresh dan Universiti Putra Malaysia.
Kalau you compare last 10 years, kita bermula 2010 kan sampai sekarang dah 10 tahun. 60 ekor lembu tak ada apalah cerita nak pengurusan 60 ekor lembu, 2-3 orang pun boleh jaga kan. Kita buat semua manually, buat sendiri. Jadi untuk mencapai economy of scale yang itu, kita kena expand. Economy of scale tu untuk you tambah orang pengurusan, untuk tambah ini, dia tak beri pulangan yang sewajarnya kerana economy of scale tu tak cukup. Our mission ialah untuk produce fresh milk yang sedap and then deliver within 48 jam secara konsisten, dan itu adalah KPI kita untuk ladang yang ini. Untuk menguruskan itu, kalau kata tak ada satu sistem yang efisien, delivery system kita tak sampai. Bila barang premium, harga dia mestilah premium juga. Tapi kita dekat Farm Fresh, kita nak bagi harga yang affordable. Digital teknologi yang ada dalam ni ialah daripada segi pengumpulan data. Jadi kita kena ada data-data yang spesifik untuk kita tahu prestasi ladang dan pengeluaran lembu kita. Bila kita dah tahu data-data ni, kita dapat troubleshoot. Data tu penting untuk kita. Kalau kata kita tak ada di digital punya maklumat, kita tak tahu nak buat apa. Kita just assume. So sebagai leader, kita dapat full control dengan kita boleh akses kepada data-data yang tadi supaya memudahkan kita untuk buat keputusan. Sebelumnya saya guna rapid exit. Jadi itu limitasi dia, satu hari saya boleh perah 800 hingga 900 ekor. Dengan mesin yang baru ni saya boleh perah sekarang 1200 hingga 1500 ekor. Jadi pengeluaran lebih tinggi. Dengan tracking system boleh meningkatkan kita punya integriti dalam supply chain untuk kita deliver produk yang terbaik kepada consumer kita. Kalau you tak betul-betul jaga susu itu kan, belum sampai kita nak manufacture dekat kilang pun dia dah rosak. So tracking system ni sangat penting dan consumer kita rasa selamat untuk menggunakan produk kita, dan dia akan loyal dengan produk kita kerana dia rasa this is produk yang boleh kami percayai. Online platform adalah salah satu kaedah di syarikat kami macam mana kita mengumpulkan data untuk kita tengok customer behavior. Kita nak tengok pola pembelian, SKU mana yang laku. Jadi data-data macam ini, kita tahu kita nak buat promotion of sales kita dan planning kita punya production pula. Dan tak ada banyak wastage dan kita boleh save dekat situ. Leader kena berani untuk invest. Banyak faedah yang kita boleh dapat daripada invest dekat digital ni. Bila dah skala yang besar ni, memang kita sangat memerlukan digital teknologi. Kita tak boleh lagi manual. If you want to grow big, kita kena berani ambil keputusan untuk invest dan how to penetrate the market, how to break the market. Tapi kalau kata kita masih tak nak terbuka dengan teknologi baru, saya ingat kita akan tertinggal. Untuk deliver produk yang bagus, kita mesti ada analisa supaya kita boleh deliver produk kita dengan selamat kepada consumer. Dan bila orang dah confident dengan produk kita, loyalty tu akan datang sendiri. Dengan digital teknologi ini dapat membantu kita menjadi pengeluar susu terbesar negara dengan sekarang market share sudah 55%. That's what make people happy, stakeholder happy, pekerja happy, everybody happy, kau pun happy.
Kalau kau pun happy, aku pun happy juga. Dan terima kasih kepada Datuk Sri Azmin Ali. Thank you, Datuk Sri, for launching the event and also chiming in with your thoughts on going big with digital. If you're excited about what's to come, I know you are. There's a lot of content that has already been shown that will be coming your way. So please do give us a virtual thumbs up in the chat box down below. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, just to reiterate what we have planned for you today, there'll be speaking sessions with insightful topics, a showcase of AR and AI from technology partners, and we'll end with a virtual networking session. Moving on swiftly to our first session, transparency and honesty to secure customer loyalty, putting the focus on integrity. To moderate this topic, we have Mr. Danny Lee, the chairman of PCOM. Mr. Danny Lee has been with the tech industry for more than 25 years, although he doesn't show it. With sales and business development in various IT sectors being his main forte. Currently, as chairman of PCOM, Mr. Danny drives the membership growth of the association further looking into providing value-added services to corporate members while developing the tech industry and fulfilling the national agenda towards digital economy. Previously, he was the Director of Sales and Marketing for almost 11 years at Epson Malaysia. He also holds the position of Chairman at eTech IT Sendirian Berhad, a local information communications technology solutions provider and distributor for Malaysian enterprises and SMEs in the food and beverage, financial services, retail, hospitality, and education industries, among others. Due to his extensive experience in the tech industry, Mr. Danny Lee is appointed as one of the advisors for the Communications and Multimedia Consultative Committee, working directly with the Minister of Communications and Multimedia. He's also a member of the National Science Council and the Public Safety and Security Consultative Council. To Mr. Danny Lee, our moderator for the first session, who'll be taking your questions at the end of this discussion, and he'll be introducing his guests. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Danny Lee.
Good morning, everyone, and once again, welcome to the Leadership and Digital Summit 2020 that is organized by Digital Productivity Nexus of Malaysia Productivity Corporation. Now, this morning, we have this very special topic that we want to discuss, and once again, let me introduce myself. I'm the moderator of this first session. My name is Danny Lee, and this is a topic where when digitalization was being spoken, it's hardly people will connect this topic to digitalization, because we're going to talk about transparency and honesty, and through that, how are we going to secure customer loyalty? Now, before I bring on the two esteemed panelists that we have here this morning, I'm just going to give you a brief on this topic itself. This topic discusses how integrity is applied within our companies, and both internally among staff, as well as the engagement with customers and stakeholders. Now, social media today has created a world that's more connected than ever. Now, it means consumers now have direct access for information, and that's exactly where integrity and transparency begin for the business. Now, transparency creates trust and longevity in business relationship, enabling consistent servicing and also improving productivity. Now, building an organic and authentic relationship with customers means upholding integrity as well as its best practices. Now, there's no secrecy even when a product is defective and a recall is being announced. Now, customer today will not mind because of the trust established between them and the business owners. Now, managing the customer's expectations through honesty builds your brand and business reputation in the long run, producing more positive impact rather than focusing on the product defect itself. Now, today, consumers want to continue doing business with companies that displays integrity and transparency, and also without any hidden information or false advertising. Now, the more transparent business owners are, the greater the trust they form with their customers. Now, in other words, customer will make sure businesses are honest with their products and services at all times. Now, through various platforms that forms customer experiences as well. Now, transparency goes beyond the consumers. It is also required within the organization, internally among all the staff, between management and the people on the ground, and also within the supply chain. There is a need to be in total clarity, understanding and total transparency at the end-to-end process of the business. Now, everyone in the company must also have the same value or share the same values, focus on ensuring the best possible services are given to their customers, from information to visuals to frequent FAQs, What customers often appreciate today are responsiveness to questions and the messaging that reflects the honest truth. Now, this allows customers to speak highly of your products and services or even solutions today. Now, technology also has helped all the marketing platforms to reach their targeted consumers effectively, and some of them are almost free today, Emails, corporate websites, direct messaging, social media, telemarketing are often used. Now, this being said, the messaging on all platforms has to be consistent. Messaging consistency is another element of transparency that will elevate integrity. Now, with the right company policy, best practices, and forward-looking leadership, customer loyalty can be achieved and retained. Now, before I introduce the two speakers, what we're going to do is that the two speakers will share with you the sharing of 15 to 20 minutes, and then we go into a Q&A session with the speakers, with the panelists themselves. Now, listen in because we wish that you will text in your questions so that we can do that session during Q&A, and then we'll have a more interactive session when that happens. Now, the sharing will be very much how digitalization can help to elevate transparency or create transparency so that issues like integrity, ethics, trust, and ultimately develop customer loyalty will be addressed. All right. Now, let me now introduce our first speaker. He's none other than Dr. Michael Teo. Today, he's definitely the Group Chief Executive and Managing Director of PKT Logistics Group Sdn Bhd. Now, Dr. Michael has one philosophy, which quote, dream of it, talk about it, plan for it, work on it, and get it, unquote. Now, that has taken him on a leading role to further grow the company within the vision of becoming the leading logistic player in providing customized, integrated total logistics solution in the ASEAN region. Now, he also took a big leap to leverage on technology by making Facebook compulsory. So today, PKT is a Facebook compulsory company, and that is also their intranet and also main communication tool out there to the customer and partners. Now, today, he has over 1 million Facebook followers. Wow, that's huge. And he's also the CEO of Malaysia Book of Records after acquiring it in the year 2015. Now, with his immense contribution to the logistic industry, he was also appointed as an adjunct professor by University Utara Malaysia. He was also selected as one of the top CEOs under the CEO Faculty Program of Jabatan Pengajian Polytechnic Malaysia and Ministry of Education. Now, in the year 2018, month November, he was also conferred the Honorary Doctor of Philosophy in Logistics Management by University Utara Malaysia. And so here you are, our first speaker. Over to you, Dr. Michael Teo.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm here to discuss about how PKT adopt digitalization in our company. How, as our presenter earlier just now, Danny, mentioned that PKT is a Facebook compulsory company. So I would like to just share with you what happened and the situation where we got into this terminology that PKT is a Facebook compulsory company. Back about 2008, when my IT team came into my room and then knocked on my door and said, DMT, that we have actually internet search because a lot of people are streaming online in the office while they are working. So they are watching video and whatnot because in PKT, we have full internet connection. Anybody can connect to internet. So because I am a CEO that wanted to give the best to our employee, especially in terms of Industrial 4.0. So what we have decided is instead of he say that, oh, we need to bar YouTube, we need to bar Facebook at work. So I say, no, let me find out what is Facebook all about. And I get myself into Facebook. I set up an account myself and add a few of my stuff into the account. And then I start putting up some messages. And immediately I got a feedback from them. They like and then they comment positively towards my postings. So with that, I say, oh, wow, I have been trying to get feedbacks from them for a long time. And most of the time, people will not give any feedback back to the company at all. But with the Facebook, we are able to get instant feedback from the employee. I say, no, you cannot ban Facebook at work. I'm going to use this Facebook as a tool for me to communicate with my employees. And of course, some of my friends as well. So with that, we started to allow Facebook at work, and then we increased our broadband and whatnot. So then in 2010, we have our combined retreat to, if I'm not mistaken, it was Phuket. So what I did here is I started to tell the team here, the whole event for this Phuket trip will be coordinated via Facebook as well. So what we did is we set up teams of 10 in a group. And all the group leaders must come back to me within, say, 5 p.m. today. You need to set up your group name. So they come up with their Thai group name like Mai Khao Chai, Sok Sok, Tok Kok Mai, Tom Yam Kung, all the names they came out. And they set up the group name and they add me as an admin of every single group. So with that, I'm able to see that they have already started the group. Then second stage is I say by 5 p.m. today, all your group members must be inside that group chat. So then they add all their group members, including cleaners, forklift drivers, lorry drivers, and everyone into the group chat. Whoever managed to set up their account and add themselves into the group chat, on that day itself, they get another 5 points. So before they start traveling to Phuket, they're already winning points because we have team events. So when we got to Phuket, I gave them two big events. Of course, one is the treasure hunt. And inside the treasure hunt, we have one event called He Is My Girlfriend. Take a picture, post into the Facebook and get as many likes as possible. So meaning you had to find, in Thailand, there are many of them, she-men, and then actually took a picture and get as many likes as possible. The winner got 60 seconds in the supermarket. So basically, within 60 seconds, they can take any gift they want. So during the trip, they learned to communicate via Facebook. And then one of our major events during the trip is a fashion show. So then they say, Dato', you have put us all between Kuantan office, Penang office, all together in a group. How are we going to have a catwalk fashion show during that day? So then what I did here is I went to Google, I searched for YouTube, Zhang Toi autumn season catwalk video. So I put this video into the group chat and asked them, can you coordinate from this group chat or not? Then they got the idea immediately. They did the same. They started coordinating. Those are from Kuantan and Penang will practice using the same video. And when they got into Phuket, they coordinate last session together. And then that's how they did the presentation. So we did it the fun way. So we embraced technology the fun way. So when we got back from Phuket, I told them, okay, now PKTians, now you can set up all your department. You can use any cool name you like. You don't have to use IT department. You can use the PKT technocrats or maintenance department, Dr. Fix-It, and then our HR department, PKT talent hunter. You can set up all the groups you want, put me as an admin, and we will be communicating via social media. And we have an intranet. That means every one of us will be in there. Is the name called PKT Kick-Ass Group, which every single one of my staff will be in there. So with everyone embracing technology and everyone is communicating inside this Kick-Ass Group, so the speed of communication between me and my staff now has shortened to only 30 seconds. So meaning, if I want to say something to the whole PKTians, including my office in Korea, Taiwan, Labuan, Penang, Kuantan, and everything, our speed of communication is only 30 seconds. But of course, there will be some pros and cons. Not every single company can actually be able to do that. Because why? The leader must be very transparent. You must be real. Because why? A lot of companies try to follow us subsequently because they know that our intranet is free now and we are able to communicate so well. Even our HR. So we don't ever, since that time, we have never advertised for recruitment at all. The KPI for recruitment is zero recruitment cost. You just need to go to PKT Talent Hunter now and you will see 20,000 people queuing to work for us. They are all inside there. All we have to do is put up a poster there and then we are looking for somebody and immediately somebody will get to recruit. So they follow us on the Facebook. We become very transparent. We are socially a responsible company. We showcase to them that PKT is a good company. We take care of our employees. We are a Facebook compulsory company. We are a fun company. So we have attracted a lot of youngsters to come and work for us. So again, I try to advise the other CEO that try to follow this is, before you do that, you need to be really want to be transparent because there is no longer a hierarchy in your company. A hierarchy means from a ground level employee, supervisor, manager, GM, director, and CEO. Now, a lot of time there will be a lot of messages do not pass from the manager to the GM because they want good news to go to the bosses. All the bad news they keep under the carpet. But then once you are so transparent, every single staff are able to communicate with every single level of your management team. So our organization chart, we have names according to the hierarchy, but our communication is flat now. Between CEO and every single employee, including my cleaners, my security guards, and everyone is only 30 seconds. He just needs to send a message to me. I already know what's going on. So our management team are really transparent. Okay, we are really honest. You cannot lie anymore because if you say something that is not true, people can just share your information and post it. They can just crop your message and they post it somewhere and they will criticize. So the pro and cons of being able to be very transparent is if you are not a good company, you did not do it correctly, you are not honest, you might end up backfiring yourself because your staff will then go very negative on you in the public area. So that will be very embarrassing for you and you will immediately shut down your Facebook communication tools. So again, I like to say that, but the benefit here is like this. If you are really transparent and you are really honest and people can see this, as a result, you can actually get, like our page, we have a Facebook page. I have a Facebook page with over 1 million followers. PKT have a Facebook page itself, and then we have followers. We are at every location tagged in Google search and anyone. People are commenting everywhere, giving feedbacks and whatnot. So this is a very strong selling point. I think this will be able for you to have a loyal customer following you, understand what you are doing with your employees, understand what your company culture is, understand what is your take for the environment and for the people surrounding you. So to become a socially responsible company. So that will actually secure customer loyalty to you. So with that, I would like to conclude my presentation for this morning. The first presentation. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Michael Teo. That's very insightful and also personal sharing of the life environment within his organization. And I particularly like the kick-ass part, So now they're really kicking ass in the industry and hopefully they'll continue doing that. Now, next up, we will introduce our second speaker. He's none other than Dr. Zaharuddin Mansoor. He's currently the National Technology Officer of Microsoft Malaysia. He's an old friend of mine because we all hail from the same hometown. And as a National Technology Officer for Microsoft Malaysia today, Dr. Zaha drives the engagement with key national technology stakeholders, which includes academics, policymakers, and advisors, and also interest groups with the intention to build trust while continuing to develop the nation itself. Sorry for the Doctor himself joined Microsoft in year 2005 and has more than 34 years of professional experience in IT and telecommunications. Now, he started his career as a lecturer at the Department of Computer Science in La Trobe University, and then moved on to as an R&D manager at Telecom Australia Research Laboratories in Melbourne. Now, on returning to the country in Malaysia, he joined Celcom as a R&D manager and subsequently left the organization as the Vice President for R&D, Intelligent Network and IT divisions. Now, Dr. Zaha received an honours degree in Computer Systems Engineering from Monash University in Australia back in the year 1985, and then subsequently was awarded Australian University Graduate Scholarship to complete his PhD in Computer Science in year 1988. Now, in 1985, he was also awarded the Digital Award for Computer Engineering from the University of Tasmania for achieving top 10 position in HSC. Now, without further ado, Dr. Zaha will be joining us online. And over to you, Dr. Zaha.
and thank you very much to the organizers for inviting Microsoft to this session this morning. It is indeed an honor and a pleasure to be part of this as team panelists this morning. Yeah, and I really enjoyed the talks that Dr. Michael shared with us just now. I like to start with saying that, data, artificial intelligence, and this digital platform has been accelerating the pace of the fourth industrial revolution, and we see business and economic disruptions actually happening in this day and age. But what COVID-19 has done, as mentioned by the minister, that it has brought forward and forced upon us a new normal ahead of time, and that creates this sense of urgency. So this morning, to be aligned with this topic, happy to share my thoughts why ethics, where transparency and honesty is really a part of a business issue today, just like cybersecurity and so on. Now, before I start, I'd just like to level set the understanding of what digital means, because I have found that if I talk to different people, they kind of have a different understanding what digital is. So for the purpose of my session this morning, I'd like to maybe define what digital is. And if you look at many analysts, when they talk about digital technologies, it's a platform, right? That's why they refer it as a digital platform, a digital, a platform economy, and so on. And what digital platform is, it is a combination of very impactful technologies, right? It starts with social and mobile, which really has changed the way we communicate and collaborate, as mentioned by the previous speaker just now, whereby how he leverages on social and mobile to really transform his organizations. But the use of this platform creates huge amounts of data that that Tan Sri Jamaluddin mentioned about how this can really help businesses. But when you process huge amounts of data, you need new ways to process it. So that's why big data becomes a very important methodology of processing data. And all of this was not possible if it was not due to what we term as the hyperscale commercial cloud, or just cloud for short, whereby you have these few companies which runs infrastructure with millions of computers. And we have done a study that if you run a data center with 1,000 servers compared to 100,000 servers, you get a 10 times reduction in cost on a per server basis. And that is why today you don't need to be a big companies to afford very powerful computing, right? Now with Internet of Things, when sensors and actuators are connected to the internet, this creates even huge amounts of data, because now machines generating data is actually being stored, right? And that is why in today's world, 2020, we are talking about 44 zettabytes of data, and 1 zettabyte is 10 to the power of 21, right? And in 5 years' time, you're talking about 135 zettabytes of data, and this is kind of mind-boggling. Now, with the reduction in cost of processing and storage and huge amounts of data, that's artificial intelligence. 3 things I like to highlight before I leave this slide is that the first thing is that it is a mashup of technologies, not only one specific technology here. When you talk about digital platform, it's this combination. And if you take out one of these components, you lose the disruptive effect of this technology. Second point is that a lot of people are concerned about cost, but really look at what really is happening and why this didn't happen maybe 30, 40 years ago, because most of this technology is old, right? AI is available in 1950s, for example, right? It is about the democratization of technologies. If you think about your mobile phone today, right, it is 3 times more powerful than a computer which brought Apollo 11 to the moon, and yet it costs so cheap. And not only that, you do not have to be a rocket scientist to use it, right? A 2-year-old probably can use the smartphone better than I can. And the final point I want to highlight is that all of this is enabled by the internet. The moment you take out internet itself, it actually disrupts this whole thing. This thing doesn't work anymore. Just think about it, right? If you turn off if you turn off your 4G, LTE, and your Wi-Fi, what does your iPhone become? A Nokia 3270, right? Which is kind of useless in this day and age. And this is why 5G is important, because it creates this glue on this and connectivity to these powerful platforms, and also why cybersecurity is becoming a challenge in today's day and age. But that's another issue. Just to show how this works for a company like Grab, which is kind of a digital company that we are very familiar with. Think about how it works, right? Our mobiles are generating huge amounts of data, acceleration, geoposition, taking photos, maybe feedback on the social media and so on. And when you ask for a car, then the passenger will then be served by Grab on the cost. Grab calculates the shortest distance or the cheapest distance, whatever, evaluates who's the closest car, and then if you accept it, then you get the car within a certain period of time, and they can calculate all this on the fly. Now, if you look at how they do this, right, it is this combination of digital platform or digital technologies forming this whole platform, right? You use your mobile phones, drivers and passengers. It has to then, deal with the social feedback that is what your smartphone is processing and creating. The Internet of Things, your cameras, your GPS, your accelerometer. Now they have to process huge amounts of data, like terabytes of data per hour, and they need to use big data techniques. And if it's not because of the hyperscale cloud computing, which brought the cost of computing down, a small company like Grab, we started with nothing 5 years ago, right? Now is disrupting a whole industry. It was just not possible. Now with artificial intelligence, they are able to automate all this. And this is how they become competitive in this world, able to even dislodge Uber, right? And just to have a sense on how rapidly these companies are, you think about Uber, they became a $40 billion company in just about 5 years, right? Impacting the whole transportation industry around the world, in a very disruptive manner, right? In a very short period of time. So this is the kind of digital companies that we deal with today. Now, if we step back at what is really happening here, I think that Google summarizes this in a very nice way. It does two things. One, power is now with consumers, not companies. And that is why the way companies need to engage with consumers are different. We need to engage them early, right? And the second point, which I think was hinted by Tan Sri just now, is that small things can have big impacts. And why small things can have big impact? Because technology has been democratized. So you don't need to be a big company to have this access to these powerful technologies, but then you can leverage your agility, right, to really disrupt the market. So agility is important, whether you're big or small company, yeah? But coming back to the ethics and integrity, I think this is where we need to understand that in today's world, right, the consumers, even citizens, have actually more power, all right? And when we talk about ethics, it is a system of accepted moral beliefs that control behavior. That therefore, in many ways, businesses today must interpret this from the customers and their employees' point of view and behave accordingly to meet their expectations. Now, this is a very important point, because if you look at today's, if you try to buy Lazada, they try to get you to give 5 stars, right? And that's important because other people will start to look at the reviews to see whether they can trust this company or otherwise. Now, if you think about a digital company, they normally leverage on these two-sided network effects. And if you're interested, I would recommend this book called Platform Revolution, where the question is, how can I create more demand when I create more supply, right? And the way they do this is that they look at this and leverage on data and AI to drive this. So for example, in case of Grab or Uber, says if I give more drivers, therefore I get more geo coverage, I get less driver downtime, I lower the fares because of competition, and I get faster pickups, and that creates more demand. And I need to look at this in near real time to be able to then balance with this. Do I incentivize the drivers or do I incentivize the the customers, right? And they also have to look at the negative digital feedback loops. Like if there were too much drivers and too little passengers, then you will get drivers dropping off, the geo coverage becomes less driver downtime, more driver downtimes, the fare starts to increase and you get less demand. So you have to monitor this positive and negative feedback loops in near real time. But one of the things that I think we have to realize is that poor ethics, or for example, being opaque, being dishonest, is actually a very powerful negative feedback loop that companies need to monitor. And I think if you look at these companies, what they have to do is they have in near real time to transform their products and then to engage their customers in a way that they can create this positive vicious cycle which grows their business. But what we do not see in the background, and I think it was alluded by Dato' Michael just now, is that you also need to make sure that your employees can also drive this, rapid transformation and response to the customers. And on top of that, leverage on machines, AI, and so on to really optimize this whole operations, where companies today need to have two personalities, run the business on one side, matured business, you need to run it in the most efficient way. But then you need to also have another personality where you allow creativity, you allow people to take risks so that they can create the next S-curves, try 10 things, maybe 9 fails, but 1 becomes success, but that becomes your next S-curve. Yeah. Now back to ethics itself. If you look at companies today, I mentioned how negative ethics or poor ethics becomes a big negative digital cycle. Look at how Grab does it. So if you remember, very recently there was this complaint by a passenger where they say the driver was indecent and asked the person questions about her personal questions and so on. But you look at how Grab responds to it. Very quickly they say that a Grab spokesman said that there is actually a get emergency help button that perhaps the passenger was not aware of. And on top of that, they do this because they have an underlying set of principles on the or code of conduct where the drivers are supposed to follow. So they could actually very, very quickly respond to this particular negative digital feedback loop. And sometimes it's not easy. In a case where they were asked to actually change the code of ethics because they suspended some drivers that was found to be frauding the customers, they actually stood by their code of ethics. And I think this is important for us to have this principled approach in terms of building the trust with customers. So one of the things that in today's digital world, you need to be fast in responding to any concerns by the customer itself, right, from an ethical perspective. And you need to use the same digital platform to respond to them on this. You cannot just put it on a newspaper and so on, right? You need to respond because you need to stop this vicious cycle, the negative vicious cycle, or which spirals, the viral effect of bad news, right? And you need to have a principled approach rather than having an approach of responding in an ad hoc manner. So this principled approach is very important for most organizations. You must have a principle in how you run your business. Just to share with you, there are many principles out there, to enable, especially in this AI-enabled world. In Microsoft, we have a set of 6 principles. One is fairness, to make sure that when we deal with customers, we are fair. We don't make decisions based whether you like or do not dislike the face of the person. Secondly is reliability and safety, to make sure that if something goes wrong, it always falls back to a safe situation. The third is actually privacy and security. I think a lot of us mentioned about privacy just now and why it is important in this new world, because things can go viral. But security is very important to make sure that the data that we have is actually very well managed and very well protected. Yeah. And the fourth thing is inclusiveness. That is to make sure that as much as possible, most of our potential customers are actually being covered. That's why Grab now have services even outside the Klang Valley and so on. But underlying all this is back to this thing called transparency and honesty. It's very fundamental across the board. And finally is accountability. That is, if something goes wrong, the organization, the leadership must be accountable. The people who develop the platform, the people, and then address it accordingly. And that's how you build the trust to our customers. So in conclusion, I think the first thing is digital transformation is no longer an option. I think all organizations need to digitize themselves to stay relevant and succeed in this new world. Secondly is that consumers today have more power, and therefore they have higher expectations for company to be ethics, inclusive of being transparent and honest. And thirdly, I think we should take a principled approach, have a principle ready, so that based on this, you can monitor and respond very quickly so that you stop that negative feedback due to bad feedback that may come from the customers. With that, thank you very much. Back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Zaha. That was wonderful. Now we all know why you're the National Technology Officer of Microsoft Malaysia. You really can go technical with your input. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is now. Doctor, how are you? Are you there with us?
Yes, I am.
Great. Let's try to keep this as informal as possible, because now we are coming to the Q&A session. And for ladies and gentlemen out there who are logging in, please start to key in your question. We'll try to do the answering via the expert in view from the panelists, so that their sharing can be done even on the online while you're not physically here. But please do not write in and say that you're requesting for a job interview with Dr. Michael Teo, because this is not the session for it. You may want to do a personal or PM with him separately.
Go to PKT Talent Hunter.
Yeah, so there you go. Basically, I'm just going to start out, maybe before I start receiving questions from the public, maybe Dr. Zaha, maybe I'll just switch the turn around, that you go first by answering the first question. I have plenty of questions for the panelists. I'll start out with you first. Doctor, you ready?
Yeah.
Now,
yes, I am.
Correct. You talk about ethics, you talk about trust. So we want to go into a real life situation here, because transparency obviously helps build trust, right? And trust is an essential foundation for any growing businesses today, right? Especially relationship that allows companies to build loyalty with their customers. Now, based on your opinion and your experience, so Microsoft as a company, how has transparency helped the organization in terms of the company's culture and the way moving forward, especially over the last 30 years, if you've been there that long, which I don't think so, right? So over to you, Doctor.
Thank you very much for the question. It's a really good question, right? I think trust, is very important, because customers will not use services and technologies they don't trust, especially in today's age where everything is connected, right? You're not sure what this company will do, and that's why, and most of the time, we kind of surprised, hey, how come our data is suddenly out there? And bottom line is we never really read the when you click OK to subscribe to a service, you never actually read the fine prints, right? So trust is very important for Microsoft, because our business model is providing IT technology services to our customers, right? We don't do advertising, we don't do we don't sell other things like retail and so on and so forth. So we are providing these services. Now, to create this trust, I think the key point is, again, just like I mentioned just now, it has, like, for ethics, it needs to be a principle-based approach. And in trust, for Microsoft, we have 4 principles, right? And this is everyone in Microsoft will have to adhere to. And all our, commitments, like our contracts and so on, is based on these 4 principles. The first is security. That is how we commit to you and where we protect the data that belongs to our customer. In fact, in principle, say the data is our customers if you put it in our cloud, for example, and we will not do anything except with your control. And this comes to the next thing. The reason why you need security is to manage privacy, right? So the only way that we use data is actually to provide services to you. right? And that is all in contractual obligation. The third point is, as you have highlighted, is transparency, because when you actually leverage on the outsourced services, you lose that control, right? So what we want to do is make sure that you know exactly what's happening. If there was a cyber attack, you will know, right? Especially now with GDPR, where the European Union wants a response within 72 hours, we provide that response to our customers within 48 hours, and that again is contractually committed, right? And yet, finally, is about compliance, because how do you know that we are doing what we say? And that is why compliance to standards actually is important, whether it's ISO 27001 for security and privacy, whether it's ISO 17008 for privacy in the cloud, whether it's PCI DSS for fintech, which is HIPAA for for healthcare, so on and so forth. In fact, in our cloud services, we have about more than 90 standards that we are complying to, right? So I think what's important here, we need to have a principled approach whereby the whole organization needs to subscribe to it, and then it's only verified by third party, and that's when the customers will then trust us.
Yeah. Okay, you talk about your 4 pillars, and the entire organization embraces it, right? So, but how do you share this information with your partners and customers that's out there, especially Microsoft as a global organization? That could be huge, isn't it, right?
Yes. So in fact, we actually, in most of our engagement with customers, we because trust is earned, right? We can talk about it, but at the end of the day,
yes.
the customer does it. So that is why we do communicate this, but also that we do actually share cases and what we do and what we don't. And even our, president would actually, he's a lawyer, right? It's not the CEO. He actually has a blog which says, this is what we do and what we don't. We don't give, for example, keys to government, stuff like that. And I think the most important thing is, aside from the fact that it's all in our website and our digital communications, but it is also in our contract. So whenever the customer signs a contract with us, all these principles of trust is actually embedded in it. So we sign with our customers, and we're contractually obligated to comply with this.
Great to know that.
Yeah, Dr. Azhar, just want to inform you that that is the reason why we choose Microsoft as our cloud provider as well. But you didn't know that, right? Yeah, there's no link between today's talk, right?
Again, PM each other, all right? Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Doctor, for the wonderful sharing. Now, Dato, seems like you're getting impatient to talk.
No.
So my next question, I should address it to you.
Okay.
So I think as I mentioned in my introduction, you have over 1 million followers on Facebook. And as of today, PKT is a Facebook compulsory organization, right? And I personally felt this is due to the transparency that you want to practice for yourself and the organization. Now, I'm sure you're proud of your team and what you have achieved based on your sharing. Now, there's one news recently that your organization experienced a COVID-19 outbreak, right? Here, data tells me that 14 employees or 13? 14, okay. We don't want to short count one, right? That's very dangerous. 14 employees were tested positive. And you actually did respond openly by posting on Facebook on the latest development and how you're going to manage the outbreak, and also issuing timely press releases. Now, that being very transparent, and how did that help you in your business by doing so?
Well, surprisingly, I think the press took the press release from my postings in the Facebook itself, where I first came out with the announcements openly about our company was hit by a COVID-19 case. Actually, it started off with one of our employee was suspected COVID-19 positive. She actually did a test in the clinic, and to be reconfirmed again when she need to do a swab test in a general hospital. But we didn't want to take any risk. So what we did is we kickstart our PKT crisis management team. And then we did rapid tests on every one of our employees. So we keep a lot of rapid tests in our test kit in our office, and we sort of prick everyone's fingers. So before 5 p.m. they leave, we prick their finger, we do a test, and then from the test, the result came to my room, and it seems that it's confined to the 7th floor of our lighthouse building. So with that, we had to make a decision. Our management team decided to swap everybody because we didn't know where it has spread. So in actual fact, we swapped everybody the next day. Somewhere in the evening, about 7 p.m., I announced that we will be having a swap tomorrow 9 a.m. in the morning. Please come to office and make sure you do the swap. And on top of that, what we did here is we quickly engaged a sanitizing company to sanitize our office as well after the swapping. So we did a very swift action. I think the press release that came out in the early stage was PKT did a swift action to contain COVID-19. So that is how we did it. So we negotiated with a private lab because I know that the result is very important because depending on how long we're going to shut down our office, that is talking about how long the result will come out. So say day one when we discovered, we just stay cool. 2 p.m. I was informed, we make a decision by 4 p.m. we're going to do rapid tests and then we test everybody and then before they leave and then the result came to my room. I announced at 7 p.m. in Kick-Ass. You already know what is Kick-Ass. Yes. So I sit down in our office Kick-Ass group. I did a live talking to all our employee that what has happened to one of our employee. We call it Kak K lah. Kak K was COVID positive. Our zero case zero lah. Case zero. Case zero. And then she is suspected positive, but then we did a rapid test and we found a cluster of people on the 7th floor to be positive on the rapid test result as well. So we decided to do a swab test the next morning, 9 a.m. We asked all employees to come back and then do the swab. So the private lab that we engaged, we also talked to them about how fast the result will come out. That is very important. We cannot afford 3 days. So they say within 24 hours, the result will come out, which is good for us. Then we can actually close the next day as well. Day one, what we did, day one, we discovered COVID-19. Day two, what we did is we do a swab on everybody, sanitize the whole office. Day three, we wait for result to come out. So while we're waiting for result to come out, that night itself, that day itself, we already did a press release ready that we have discovered COVID-19 cases, blah, blah, blah. And we have taken, did a swab and then we have sanitized our office. And then once the result come out, we will be able to know who is positive and who is negative. So by about 5 p.m. the next day, they came up in batches of hundreds result. So the night before, we already got first 100, the second day morning, another 100, because totally we saw about, end up we saw 700 over employees. Wow. Yeah. So we, I mean, all of them? All of them. All of them. All of them. Okay, all of them. So then we know the third, fourth, including patient zero, total 13 more cases. So 14 of them was actually sent to this Sungai Buloh lah. So when we talk to the Kementerian, the Kesihatan, they advise us once you have sanitized your office, you can start your office back again. So we realized we don't have to close for 14 days. Like what before that we were worried because why? We did the Saringan already. We did the mass swab already. So we can start immediately after that. Those who tested negative and not close contact with a positive patient, they can come back to work. So that was a surprise to us. So and also when the KKM came and do the investigation, they were also surprised that we already did the mass swab on all our employees. So then we decided we need to share this information with a lot of entrepreneurs. We need to share this information so that they will be transparent. Okay, because now we understand that a lot of companies got COVID-19 case in their office, but they are worried about giving up the information because they worry their office will be shut down for 14 days and whatnot. That was the message that we learned earlier on. But when we had it, the way we did it, and after our interaction with KKM, we know that the very minute you did a mass swab, you can take out the positive, the negative can go back to work. Okay. Exclude those people that has close contact with a positive patient. So we did all that. We press release was done 2 or 3 times, including Chinese newspaper. They interview us and we give out the press release. We keep the customer informed. So our customer no need to be shocked to find out, because PKT is a Facebook compulsory company. All our stuff is on Facebook. So while they were queuing for swap, people have taken photos and whatnot. There's nothing we can hide one. We had to be transparent. So we decided to tell what is going on in our company. 2 days we're going to do that. We take out the negative, the positive, and then the negative will come back to work with the certificate that they already done the swap. So the customer feel very comfortable that we have done that. So in fact, I have received a lot of messages from our customer that follow us on the Facebook and found out about the news from the Facebook. How swift were we in executing what you call it, COVID-19 in office.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Michael. So I have to cut you short there.
Right.
So I know you have a lot of sharing. I'm sure there are a lot more things that you're doing, but we are running short of time.
Okay, sure.
And we still have some questions to go through.
All right.
But I'll just go through the important ones. Seriously, I personally have been a panelist in some digitalization session. We all know that digitalization is a keyword these days, a buzzword. And we are often, more often than not, asked what is one of the key important things in making digitalization happen or to make it a reality. Now, most of the time we say that leadership is extremely key. I think we heard about leadership being spoken by some key guests, integrity and all these things. So I'm normally being asked a question. So now, today I'm feeling very great that I can ask you back this question. So do you think that leadership is the right answer to digitalization?
Yes. In any company, in any company transformation, the leader must take the leadership. The leader must be the one who executes it. You cannot appoint a general manager or COO or CEO and then ask him to do it, and you just pay for it, that's all, but you are not doing it. So a leader play a very important role to show leadership in this transparency and honesty type of transformation in a company.
Right. Thank you, Dato'. Thank you for the answer. Dr. Zaha, back to you. I hope you're still awake.
Yes.
Great.
I am.
I will not ask you this question about leadership, but I will just go into a different way of positioning this question, because leadership normally sits at the top of management, right? And in an organization like Microsoft, you have many layers from the top all the way to the very junior executive. How do you ensure that transparency happens? Do digitalization or digital technology today help with that?
Yes, definitely. And I support Dato' Michael just now. Leadership is important. You saw how Microsoft changed when it had a new leader, right? But coming back to this, how transparency happens. In our case, we always take a principled approach in transparency, but there's always boundaries, because, for example, I think from a company perspective, I mentioned just now that transparency is one of our principles, especially in offering, services to our customers. But it needs to be balanced with privacy, because we need to be compliant to GDPR, for example, EU, right? And we cannot, for example, just share data of even our employees out there in as part of the organizational process. So it's always a balance, right, that we have to take in terms of what needs to be transparent and what is when privacy needs to be protected. And this is part of the culture that we create. It is enforced, so every subsidiary would have a privacy officer. And also every subsidiary would have, for example, I am the AI principles champ, where transparency and honesty is part of the parcel of that principles. And we always have to work hand in hand, but it is embedded in the organization and processes itself.
Thank you, Doctor. But, to create that culture, which we all understand, how long does it take for Microsoft to achieve that kind of mentality and culture? Does it take a long time, or, maybe you can share a real life situation there with us?
Yeah. So I guess if I look at Microsoft itself, we had a new CEO maybe about 5-6 years now. Now it's not overnight, as you have, we are like almost 150 to 200,000, operating around 170. I think the headquarters itself, people are very close to the CEO. I think they can transform that the organizations in the headquarters can transform very fast. But the question is, how do you then have all the subsidiaries actually also to
adopt,
transform, right?
Yep.
And different geographies would have, and different subsidiaries would have different kind of cultures, right? So it takes kind of a few years. I think the first year is about general communications, but then we started to put measurements in place, right? Very prescriptive things that people to do and measure, and that's how we actually spread the change. So I would say it would take from a cultural change, it will probably take about 2 or 3 years, but certainly we need to go faster than that.
Okay, so thanks, Doctor. Dato', what about your side? You have 700 employees.
Okay.
I'm sure there's also a challenge in terms of timeline.
Okay. I mean, in terms of, you are talking about the next question, or
no, the same question. Same question.
Okay.
How digitalization is driven from leadership, as you explained just now, right?
Yep.
You have 700 employees. You want everyone to understand and follow the same values and mentality. So it will definitely take time, right, for each and single one of them.
We did it through our transformation program.
Okay.
I think we did, the first one is 2008. I mean, we actually have a timeline. Maybe Microsoft is such an old company, will not be able to find out the timeline. In 2008, we have a company transformation program. That is where we came out with our vision and mission and whatnot.
Yep.
And then in 2010, follow on to that, we create a culture. We have a second transformation. We call it employee transformation program.
Okay.
Where we came up with three culture, working culture. So healthy lifestyle at work, earnestly working culture, and also happy working culture. So, and then we just recently renewed that with hardworking culture and also humble working culture as well. So we have this PKT 5H working culture at the company. And from that time onward, when we start in 2010 until today, so we are able to execute whatever we plan for, meaning the honesty part of it, where in our office, nothing go missing, and then people are healthy, they go to gym, and they are honest about that kind of statistics and whatnot.
Great. Looks like you guys have done all the preparation way before. In preparation of digitalization in the future.
Yes, correct.
Right?
We did that transformation, preparing for digitalization.
Great to know that, Dato'. Appreciate for the sharing. Now we have just 1 more minute. Gentlemen, I may give you a final opportunity to say a few words, a few lines. You have 30 seconds, Dr. Zah. Over to you.
Okay, I think I'd just like to say that, everyone, to stay relevant and succeed in this new world, you really have to be serious about digital transformation. And we really need to have this tone from the top to really drive real changes that will benefit you.
Great, thank you, Doctor. And Dato'?
I think this is the new norm. I think for the Chinaman entrepreneurs or the SME entrepreneur who have never come across this kind of method of transparency and honesty, they need to change their attitude. They need to be a bit more socially responsible, take care of their employees, so that because the information flow is such liquid, they can actually post bad things about the company easily. So you can even see, you set up a company location tag, and then you will see that the location tag. Before I go to the company, I Google for your location, and then I go to your company. I suddenly go and read the reviews. And in the reviews, you have staff talking bad about the company. That is bad. So for the CEO or the new CEO of the future, you need to change yourself. You need to transform yourself. You need to move toward transparency. You need to be very honest about what you are saying. You cannot just say only, but you don't do it, okay? Because then you will get a lot of feedbacks, positive feedbacks, and then all those customers that lock into, they don't search for you in the website anymore.
Yep.
For our customer, they go through our Facebook page, they go for location tag to read the reviews of people that came to our office. What did they say about us? So this is the new norm. I think we have to embrace it. So I'm all for it.
Thank you, Dato'. Thank you, Dato', for showing that kind of commitment. Now, we do not have relevant questions pertaining to this topic from the public. And this will mean that it's a close to the session for this panel discussion. I'm sure that both gentlemen or panelists have really explained to the crowd, to the public, that what digitalization can do to help in terms of developing transparency and ultimately deliver customer loyalty that will be good for your business. So with this, I want to thank the two panelists again. Dato, thank you for your time, for being physically here. And Dr. Zaha, thumbs up. Thank you very much. Thank you. And that is all. I'll leave it to the MC to introduce the next session. Thank you very much again.
Thank you.
Well, I hope you enjoyed that conversation. I'm sure when we put forward the idea of transparency and, of course, integrity in the digital space, a lot of you were wondering whether you were at the correct event. I know transparency and, of course, things of integrity are always connected to finance, but as you can see, the digital space is fast embracing these values as well. Now, we are going to move forward with our next topic as we take the conversation a little further and not only driving the digital aspects of life, but seeing how they can become a force for good. We're going into session 2 now, Force of Good, Digital Technology. We have 2 more guest speakers with vast knowledge in their subject matter, but to moderate this conversation, we have Mr. Syaiful Bahrain Muhammad Saleh, PCOM Advisor. He has vast experience in strategic leadership positions in the information technology, communications, telecommunications, insurance, government, defense, and even public utilities. His entire vast knowledge base spans over 32 years in 5 different multinationals on a national and regional level, including careers in IBM, Oracle, Cisco, Frontline, and PCOM. He's now an active facilitator in executive seminars on leadership and strategy locally and globally, having also earned a certification in change management by the Prichard Romler Brach to consult in corporate growth, culture change, and performance improvement. He had been a board member and an audit committee member of the Multimedia Supercorridor Project, MSC Malaysia, from 1999 to 2004. That was the project that really helped Malaysia break into the tech space. He was also a member of the Penang State IT Council, a chapter member of Talents Ideas Enterprise Council, and was board member of 3 public listed companies, namely Edaran Berhad, EB Capital Berhad, and Redtone International Berhad. Encik Syaiful Bahrain holds Bachelor of Science degree in Computer and Management from the University of Science Malaysia, was formerly the president and CEO of PCOM, the National ICT Association of Malaysia. He now serves as their advisor. He's also served as president of the Malaysian Service Providers Confederation from 2012 to 2014. He was also on the board of MAVCAP, an SME corporation, currently a board member also of RHB Insurance Berhad, a board member of Cybersecurity Malaysia, an EXCO of Bumiputra Retail's organization, and on the board of Gamat Emas International. Vast experience, vast knowledge, and he's certainly very still in the loop when it comes to the tech space. So let's kick off session 2. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator, Mr. Syaiful Bahrain.
Thank you, Terence. So for the people who just joined us, so welcome again to Leadership and Digital Technology. Yes, thank you. Yeah, but this is the second session. So the topic will be Forces of Good and in the respect of digital technology. So let me do a setting first before I introduce to the 2 distinguished panelists that we have. Let me set the background on the topic of forces of good. There are positive side, there are negative side of it. So in this case, we look at the COVID There are situations where they are positive, there are situations they are negative. So in this case, we are looking at the forces of good. I've just been at the board meeting earlier this morning. We look at the scenarios. We have 7 scenarios of, apart from COVID, we are facing digital economy challenges. And there are other cases that we look at other scenarios, including even cases like if there are flood in KL. So there are some unexpected scenario, and those are negative forces. But in our case today, we are looking at the forces of good and looking at digital economy. So I will then set the setting in looking at the forces of good. And disruption has always been widely used to describe the radical changes to an industry due to the new technology. Despite the negative connotation of the term, disruption is a positive element in business. It requires a change of mindset, an open mind, and letting go of the old ways of doing things. Now, digital disruption has caused a paradigm shift in business operation. Decisions are made easier with technology innovation. From a lot of paper processes that's archaic, complicated system, digital technology simplifies the overall conduct of business. That's resulting in higher efficiency in operation, as well as productivity that can be improved tremendously. New development in technology creates new avenues for businesses and to remain relevant so that you can capture a new market and expand the market reach. Now let's look at one area, that's agility and digital disruption. Let's look at the positive side of it. In this context, digital is good. Digitalization, transformation to digital is good. So it is essential in making the organization more efficient, cost-effective, productive, and more customer-friendly. So this force of good allows leaders and decision makers to make better informed decisions based on data and reliable analysis. Now, this is good in relation to the force that you are trying to capitalize on. So if nurtured well, it will be responsible for the breakthroughs in the leadership, in the management, and the culture of the company moving forward. So let's get into it. Let me introduce the first speaker. Our first speaker would be Dr. Haji Rais Hussein Muhammad Arif. We'll have Dr. Arif virtually from Cyberjaya. And we'll have the second speaker from Singapore. So let me introduce Dr. Rais first. Doctor, are you on? Can you hear me?
Very much on.
Okay, great. So Dr. Rais Hussein is an avid strategist, perennial wordsmith, social engineer, as well as a serial entrepreneur and a serious policy intellectual. Now, Dr. Rais is also the president of EMIR, as well as the CEO of EMIR Research, that specializes in data-driven research on any given national or international issues. Now, Dr. Rais has more than 23 years experience in corporate, in leading and managing local and global telecommunication, technologies, and IT companies. Now, Dr. Rais has been actively promoting inbound investment, technology, and execution for high-tech, high-valued projects in Malaysia and the exciting growth of markets of the ASEAN Economic Zone. Recently, there's RCEP, right? So there will be ASEAN +5, and I understand even Hong Kong is putting up their hand to join in RCEP. That's basically 30% of the economic activity in the world. Now, Dr. Rais has received his bachelor's in economic with honors, master's in management, and doctorate in business administration, and from the International Islamic University of Malaysia, that's IIUM. So without further ado, let's give Welcome or virtual welcome to Dr. Rais.
Thank you. During unprecedented times, we cannot have or precedented responses. I've been talking about this for many months now with regards to how SMEs and corporate entities in Malaysia have to embrace 4IR, failing which they will have serious consequences. We have in Malaysia 1.2 million MSMEs, making up 98% of total businesses. This is a big number. And for SMEs who faces a lot of challenges, especially COVID-19 area time, and we need to really understand and embrace the 4IR. We also know that if we fail to do what we need to do in terms of embracing the 4IR, we will end up becoming a digital colony of others, meaning which we will then be, our sovereignty, so to speak, will be surrendered. You can fight physical colony, you can fight economic colony, but digital colony is going to be a much more difficult thing to fight. And that's why MDEC has been working very hard to push forward this 4IR policy. MDEC will continue to intensify. If you talk about intensification, I talk about the Gegenpress of Liverpool, our outreach programs and field research work to develop the best solution that will help all Malaysian citizens and businesses take on the challenge they are now facing. We understand that during this unprecedented time, there cannot be a precedented solution. It has to be out of the box, not from the textbook, to actually to survive and resuscitate and move forward in this area of business. We are going to see unprecedented global economy meltdown, which is happening now. I mean, for the first time, we have a global economic crisis worldwide. It is not just in Malaysia, or it's not pocketed in Southeast Asia. It is throughout the world. So yes, these are the things that we need to look at, and how do we solve the problem. You did talk about COVID-19, you talked about digital disruption, you talk about digital transformation. Disruption to me is always good, so long it can bring a greater benefit to the human. MDEC has been working very hard on trying to put forward its own Malaysia 5.0 initiative, which I will talk a little bit more a little later. But it is very important that anything that we do has to be human-centered, and the digital economy must be for the many, not for the few. So that is a new way of looking at it. MDEC has gone through much restructuring. We have restructured the board to bring in industrial players so that they'll understand, can contribute to the MDEC, and also churning out new policies that will become the guide waypoints for MDEC. We've restructured the management according to 5 streamlines, where they are more functional rather than working on silos. So many more things to come. Be excited. We are, despite whatever that we are facing today in a crisis time, crisis is always an opportunity. So that is where we are. That is where we are going to lead. Many more exciting times are going to come for the innovators, the creators in the space of 4IR.
It's okay. It's okay. Thank you, Dr. Rais. That was a good insight from all the way from Cyberjaya. So let's go on to the second speaker. Let me introduce all the way from Singapore, Second speaker is adjunct Professor M. Nazri, founder and CEO of MyFinB Malaysia. Nazri, I call him Tuan Nazri, that's better, yeah, has more than 2 decades of experience as a practitioner specializing in AI, artificial intelligence, and cognitive analytics role. An early pioneer in deploying artificial intelligence-based analytics in Asia Pacific. So Tuan Nazri leads digital transformation program for public, private, and non-profit organizations globally. Now, he was featured in various media platforms and spoke on AI-related topics in various parts of Europe, Asia, Africa, and Middle East. Hopefully that touches the Islamic world of about 1.8 billion population, right? So Tuan Nazri was part of the investment and research team of International Asset Management Group, and specifically the Citigroup and Prudential. He manages a portfolio of more than 5 billion USD, and that is in Asia Pacific, excluding Japan, before joining an international rating agency, that's Fitch Rating, where he covered regional financial institutions in Asia. Now, in 2018, Tuan Nazri was named one of the world's top 500 prominent and influential personalities in the Islamic world and economy. That's specifically in AI and fintech, and was awarded Asia Pacific Top Young Business Leader in 2010 by the Ministry of International Trade and Industry. Now, Tuan Nazri was appointed and conferred with the title of Adjunct Professor AI Practice by Sunway University, effective June 2020 this year. Tuan Nazri attended an MBA from University of Western Australia and has a bachelor degree in accountancy and economics from the University of Queensland. Now, while you're listening to it, so do post your question or the chat. We'll have the last part of this session too in question and answers, and we'll have an interactive session with the audience. Without further ado, let's give a virtual clap and welcome Tuan Nazri.
Very good morning to everyone. Special thanks to MPC for inviting me here to speak at an event. It's very impressive, very technology-driven platform that you have there. I must say that I'm very awed by the spectacular technology being displayed here. Special thanks to MPC for inviting us here once again, and I'm deeply honored to be along with very prestigious, very honorable panelists, Datuk Wira, Dr. Haji Rais, and yourself, Mr. Shaifu Bahrain. Thanks for the kind introduction. We are basically an award-winning AI firm that believes in AI for impact. And imagine a situation here where many of SMEs in Malaysia are unwell. Okay, so when you are not well, okay, the number of hospitals, clinics, and medicines won't do you any good. Okay, it's not about the number of platforms, it's not about the quantity of medicines or dosage that you take that will help you recover from this particular situation or from a particular illness. So we feel that in order for people or businesses to recover from this situation, the COVID-19 situation, when you're unwell, you need to relook. You need to restore and rebuild your business model. You got to relook and restructure your finances, operations, systems, and all of that. So this is the theme of my presentation. In the next few minutes or so, I've put together a small deck that would give some insight on including some case studies on the state of situation affecting SMEs in Malaysia. Okay, so the idea of being unwell is very important because, like I said, you have to relook and revisit how you work things out. The old way of doing things are no longer relevant. We have to look into new ways of doing things. We need to relook at how we carry out our business activities, operations, models, strategically, operationally, and structurally. So no matter how many funds that you get, no matter how many customers that you get, okay, if you don't revisit the way you transact and the way you strategize, it will be a big problem because it will not be a sustainable approach. So the problem statement that we put up today, it's about the situation of SMEs in Malaysia in the context of the COVID situation that we are in. We estimated that more than 120,000 SMEs in 5 key industries in Malaysia are severely challenged. So if you take them out of the equation, out of the ecosystem, this could cripple the economy and erode employment and at time when assistance schemes are lifted or reduced. Okay, so this is a very serious problem that we face, and we spend a lot of time, and we are very privileged to be part of MDEC's technology TSP, Technology Solutions Provider Program, where we actually use artificial intelligence to help companies sustain and improve their business and financial performance through proper benchmarking and proper health restoration. So the need of the day is actually a more sustainable, tailor-made intervention program required to make SMEs more viable. Okay, assistance is important, is needed. Without it, they will collapse immediately. But now, after the assistance is given and continued assistance is given, how to bring them become viable from short to medium and long term. So this is the focus of my presentation today. Special focus is about benchmarking them properly to determine the extent of their financial health and the granularity of their over or underperformance. In this case, is more apt if we call it underperformance. In specific areas, we find that SMEs are lacking in 4 key areas that they need help in to become viable and sustainable. First is their working capital gaps. We all know that we all need working capital because of the COVID. We lost revenue by 60 to 80%. Some sectors are more affected than the other. Now the question here is, how would one SME differ from another? We all know we have gaps. We all know we are unwell. We all know we are sick. The question here is how much dosage should be given to each SME to address and to spread out the allocation of resources so that they get the help that they need and they can restore and rebuild their business over time. And second point is actually the productivity strategies. Okay, this would include the digital disruption or digital transformation that Mr. Shaiful Bahrain was mentioning. How do you make that agile leap to acquire new market share, to acquire stronger financial performance, to have higher productivity levels? With certain input, you get more output than before. So productivity is a key part of survival in today's climate, in today's situation, and into 2021. And the third component is actually the competitive analysis. You can be efficient, you can have the funding, but if your product is still undifferentiated, is still the same compared to the guy or the lady next door who's competing the same way, then you lose that competitive edge. So when you lose your competitive edge, means you lose market share. When you lose market share, means you lose your top line and bottom line capabilities, okay, or status. And on top of it, central to it is how do you remodel your business model? How do you redesign, restructure your business model to become more competitive, to become more productive, and to become financially viable? So at the end of the day, it's not about the number or quantity of medicine programs, funding that you get. It's about how you restructure, remodel, reskill, upskill your people to achieve a certain financial outcome. Why now? As you can see, the scenarios coming out from COVID has been very, very unpredictable. You can experience repeating smaller waves of infection, up, down, but very small waves, very manageable. Scenario 2 will be suddenly a second larger wave of infection hit us, and through all our strategies, all in shambles, so huru hara, all what we plan, what we set aside, what we budget, suddenly goes out of tangent because of scenario 2. Before it tapers down and starts becoming volatile. Scenario 3 is a situation where there's a slow burn of ongoing. Okay, there's lots of ups and downs, but it's a very, very long process of recovery. So whatever the scenarios that we're trying to predict, the point is we must be adaptable, we must be ready, we must be nimble, okay, to handle these 3 scenarios. And that's a difficult situation, I admit. Easier said than done. But in this case, adaptability, nimbleness, right? Adjustments to the business model to cater for these three scenarios. It's planning. It's about planning. It's about getting ready for this. Either you're from policymaker perspective, you're a business owner perspective, you're from employee perspective. You've got to always prepare this scenario 1, 2, and 3. Okay, we did a study involving more than 5,000 over SMEs across Peninsular Malaysia, Sabah and Sarawak. 18 industry groups, collective assets of 15 billion ringgit under review, with 20 million shareholder funds, very low equity there, and we find that most businesses have challenges, okay, in terms of handling the COVID outbreak. And let me just give you a quick overview first about the study. So the study was done in 2 phases. One was before COVID, the other one was past March, and we did a lot of sensitivity and stress testing on the current state of their financials before COVID struck, before MCO actually struck. So you can see that using AI, we actually profile, benchmark, analyze, diagnose companies across those industry groups. Collectively, before we go down to the specific, collectively, we did an MRI scan, okay, to understand them in terms of business performance, shareholder value, risk and liability, and productivity. You can see from the table on the right side, those are the state of situation that companies are in before COVID. Their cost behavior, their cost containment strategies, even before COVID, were very, very inefficient. Okay, and there have been a lot of regulatory trends and issues that may drive up costs in certain sectors and certain industries. Okay, in terms of shareholder value, the ROE and the ROI, the competitiveness of products and service offerings are in question. Okay, their pricing strategy is aimed for market share, but not for profitability. Okay, and there is also impacted what's impacted also is their business valuation, because of the way they manage their business, their bottom line and top line and balance sheet dynamics, right? The valuation, the underlying value of a company gets eroded even before COVID. And in terms of risk and liability, right, they have what you call a very fragile set of balance sheet, heavy reliance on short-term financing across sectors, okay, and there's a lot of duration gaps in their management of their asset and liability. Their balance sheet has a lot of duration gaps, and this is where there are fundamental weaknesses even before COVID struck. From a productivity angle, they have a lot of challenge in terms of the level of concentration or heavy concentration of client, where top 20% of the client make up 80% of their revenue and profitability. So there's a need to do a lot of margin analysis across products and services. So I'm not sure whether the slides were shown earlier, but I'm now showing the previous slides, just a quick showing, a glimpse of what has been shown earlier. Okay, so earlier on I spoke about the need, okay, because there's a lot of problem statements affecting SMEs, where more than 120,000 SMEs, 5 key industries were affected. Therefore, the need is to create a more sustainable tailor-made intervention program to make them viable from short to long term. And then there are 4 special focus that needs to be undertaken by SMEs. You need to go through health check to understand the extent of your working capital gaps, the extent of productivity, how competitive you are, and your business model. Okay, and we talk about no matter what strategies you have, if it's a very single-minded, single-dimensional strategy, it won't work. Especially if 3 sorts of scenarios happen at different times of the year, you will be caught, okay, off guard. So the trick is to be aware of the implications, to set aside more reserves, more buffer, and more so-called insurance or ring fencing of your risk strategies. Okay, then we spoke about the study, about the SME study that we've conducted before and after COVID. So this is what you call like an MRI scan, okay? Green means good, red means bad, amber means average to below average. And you can see 19 sectors are being covered. 12 is excellent, 1 is poor. So without looking at the numbers, just look at the color schemes. You can see that majority of SMEs in most of these 5,000 over companies in the sectors, 19 sectors, is that they are going through amber to red position. Only a few selected portfolio of them are in the green. But this was before COVID, right? So after COVID, you can see that we had a quadrant, a dichotomy where you need to be in quadrant B. right? So before COVID, there were a lot of initiatives and activities to help SMEs to move from quadrant A, which is high risk, high return, to quadrant B, which is high returns, low risk. Unfortunately, COVID struck, and just like snake and ladder, right? The black arrow brings us down to low returns, high risk situation. And this is where the monitoring, the assistance, the support needs to be carried out for all of these companies who are already in the amber and red. So when you bring the 5,000 companies to become a larger portfolio of 150,000 SMEs, for example, okay, then you can have a crisis, because the question here is how much more assistance can you pump? How much more help can you prolong, right? Of course, they need help. But in the meantime, does that mean that we don't spend time and resources to rebuild and restore them? Because, there's always a limit to any resource that are being pumped in. Hence, technology will come in. So the solution in all of this is to adopt an AI approach to help businesses rebuild and restore their operations. And how AI can be employed, being specialists in this field, we can basically process financial and non-financial data without any manual intervention, pump it into the AI engine. It can produce a health check, a health roadmap, a health indicator, a health findings, as well as a scenario analysis. So if you pump in 10,000 companies, okay, or you pump in 100,000 companies' data information, either from SSM or from their website or from their, publications of sorts, right? You can basically generate all these analyses without human intervention, where you can actually benchmark them, tell them what happened, why did it happen, what needs to be done, and what sort of scenarios that can happen based on their outcome. And it becomes what you call a customized, tailor-made business roadmap with financial strategies in covering those 4 areas we spoke about: productivity, right? We talk about top line, bottom line. We spoke about risk levels and so on. Okay, so this is an example of how AI can actually work, just to show you that it's not science fiction. It's actually something that has been going around. So once you put up all the financials, you can analyze and provide a barometer of their operations, of their shareholder value creation, of their risk levels, right? And it can basically diagnose where are the gaps and what needs to be done. So you don't have to have a manual approach of helping that 1,000 SMEs. Then it provides all the areas of the action plan, personalized action plan that each business needs to take. So you can still bring the humans in to create that human interaction, human intervention, and human discussions to build the rapport. But instead of that human handle so many people and so many number crunching, you actually can group them on a clustered basis, and yet with personalized solutions. Okay, so these are some of the examples of how you can use AI to carry out the restore and rebuild program over 100,000 companies. So what we're saying here is there's been talk about how SMEs must pivot and all that. But before you do that, you must check your fundamentals first. Okay, do a financial health scan. Okay, so we encourage SMEs to come forward. We love to work with agencies to come forward and put all the SMEs into an X-ray MRI machine and then quantify the gaps, okay, quantify and list out systematically the areas for restructuring. Okay, then the AI system will be able to create a tailor-made, customized roadmap to identify the areas for intervention and help consultants and experienced professionals, managers, executives to caseworkers to help the SMEs become better. And this is where, after they have been assisted, then you can put in what you call the digital transformation strategies to SMEs. Ask any business owners. They will tell you, what's in it for me if I adopt technology? Can you help me feed? Can technology help me feed my people? Can technology help me to bring new business? So they will never be convinced, even if you tell them that IT or technology or AI can help them. Okay, by infusing that into operation. You cannot jump into the third stage before the first 2 stages are assisted, where financially, strategically, operationally, they're assisted with proper tailor-made assistance program. So this is what we observe, not just in Singapore, in Malaysia, but across the world in 19 countries involving 21 SME agencies all over the world. Okay. And if you were to bring in the McKinsey model and apply it to the SMEs, you realize that you have to identify those low-hanging fruits. Okay, the time to impact that must be fast. The impact on EBIT or earnings before interest must be quick. So circle up all the things on the top right hand and bottom half right, you realize that SMEs need revenue growth management, e-commerce analytics, how to go to market fast, how to plan the production to meet the demand, how to make sure customers feel happier, customer loyalty, branding are all achieved. So if you look at the divided into half on the right hand side, top and bottom, we need to move our AI to help the SMEs achieve and speak this and achieve these goals and speak with them in this language. Then you can get them to get on board. So I guess this will be one of the topics for Q&A, but I just want to give you some kind of framework for that. My last slide is about digital economy is more than just about connectivity. Leadership also entails understanding and managing the strategies to deal with COVID. And yet that depends on 3 scenarios that we cannot predict, but we can prepare ourselves for. So the SMEs are facing indeed the greatest challenge for their survival. So before pivoting take place, before you can restructure in terms of digital transformation, right? You need to restore and rebuild the fundamentals of your business: financials, top line, bottom line, and then the people. Okay, so in short, SMEs cannot be assisted on a small scale. We are in a very, very unique situation where everybody is impacted. Okay, and you have to take drastic measures. You have to do things on a big scale measure and widely applied across industry spectrums, not just based on 500 companies, 5,000 companies, but 100 over 1,000 companies, 5 sectors. Yet you have to do it on a tailor-made, personalized basis. You cannot do it on a cookie cutter method. You cannot do it on templatized method. You cannot do it on a copy and paste template method. You have to make it personalized because every SME is affected, yes, indeed, but the way they are impacted, the way they are pushed to the brim of collapse is very different. So in terms of human capital, operation, strategy, structure, products and services, all need to be catered for differently. So with that, I would like to end my session. Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator, Sir Shaiful Bahrain, and Datuk Wira, Dr. Haji Rais, for being part of this panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome back. Thank you, Tuan Nazri, for a good insight into the subject matter that you're so expert in. Let's jump into the question and answer session. We have another about 15 minutes or so. For those who have just logged in, so welcome back to the Leadership and Digital Summit 2020, Go Big with Digital. We are into the second session with the topic of forces of good, and that's digital technology. I just like to make sure I'm moderating virtually with Dr. Rais from Cyberjaya. Dr. Rais, are you on?
Yes, I'm on.
Oh, great. Okay. So you don't mind I call you the Dr. Rais or Datuk Wira, yeah? Adjunct Professor M. Nazri, I'll call you Tuan Nazri. Is that okay?
Actually, just call me Nazri will do.
Okay.
I wanted to highlight that earlier. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm also testing that you are on, so we can then start this question and answer session. I like your presentation, Nazri, and on benchmarking, because we do have to set our bar high so that we can achieve more, assuming we don't hit that bar in this kind of a disruptive world, and hopefully we look at the good side of it. And you had a 3-step approaches of financial health scan, roadmap, action plan, and digitalization using AI. I'd like to just mention MPC, we have launched DITG, Digitalization Transformation Guide, that has a 5-step. As you can see, first is of course looking at the access to capital. And then you look at the digital tools for you to decide to go on to e-commerce or any digital tools or social media and all. And thirdly, we go on looking at the digital workforce, review your model, and hopefully you can make your business efficient and on. You mentioned 120,000 are affected. Now, we also have to look at MSME. That's micro enterprises, small, medium enterprise. There's about 1 million of them. 70-80% are micro enterprises. So we just put that in the setting. So all the good tips, Dr. Reyes, I used to be on the board years ago during the late Dr. Osman Yop. And I think the transformation that we're going through, I think it's an exciting way to go. Now, for the audience, do send in your question, do use the chat, yeah, and we'll go on to the question and answer session. Let me start. This is to both our panelists, to Dr. Reyes as well as to Nazri. I'll start with Dr. Reyes too on the same topic. Yeah. So the question is, the COVID-19, as we are facing now, has produced such unprecedented disruption. Hopefully we can look at the positive rather than negative. Yeah, that's magnified by lockdowns, social distancing, unemployment, layoff in recent months. So as a result, companies that adapted quickly and refocused on their business strategy have managed to survive. Some do not survive, as mentioned, right? So recently, MEDAC, or Ministry of Entrepreneurship, Development and Cooperation, about 32,000 SMEs, yeah, has been forced to cease operation this year. Many are struggling, awaiting funding assistance, and may even close down eventually. So is it too late for them to disrupt and revive? So that question is posed to, we start with Dr. Reyes. Yeah? What are your thoughts on this? What MDAC in the digital economy can do? So Dr. Reyes, could you respond?
See, every crisis, there is an opportunity. When we are faced with crisis, we need to understand the crisis itself and the need to change and recalibrate our approach in tackling the crisis. I think this is very, very critical. We know when the COVID-19 came, Malaysia is already facing a troika of challenges. When I talk about troika of challenges, COVID-19 being one of it, the pandemic, second being the economy, because remember, we are a trading nation. There are four main areas where we are a trader. The petroleum side, the tourism side, almost everything affected at one go. And not only that, it is not affecting one go, it is also affecting the whole global world, right? So these are the challenges that we have to face. And the third part of the troika is the political conundrum that we are facing. So given all these three things, we need to come up with a very out of the box type of a solution. Yes, the government start putting in some survive to restart package. What is survive to restart? I mean, at least to make sure that in the short term they still survive, and then to be ready when they restart in the mid to long term. I think many countries have adopted different methods. Malaysia have adopted a more conservative approach. We also have a Swedish model, where Sweden adopted a different issues. Be that as may, MDAC was given a responsibility in administrating the Penjana funds, to stimulate the economy and so on and so forth. But we do see some weaknesses in just providing the funds. And even when there was money provided through the banks, we found that the banks are giving money to their grade A customers who don't really need the money. Usually the banks gives the money to people who do not need it. And what happens then is that the money still stays in the bank and doesn't really goes into the economy to stimulate the economy. So there are a lot of challenges with regards to how the Survive to Restart package was initially done. But obviously it's a work in progress. We are learning. Pandemic is not something, pandemic of this nature, COVID-19 is not something that happens every day. These are the things that we need to really, really understand. Having said that, MDAC itself have introduced many programs in trying to help the SMEs credibly. I am intrigued by a presentation just before on the use of AI. I think that is something that we need to look at seriously. Why? Because you wouldn't know where to go if you do not know where you are. And if you can do your forensics right, operationally, financially, and everythingly, and come up with a little model on what probably we can go forward, then it is going to be a very good way to do it. Remember, we have about 1.2 million MSMEs, micro and small medium-sized enterprises, hiring about 7.7 million people, labor force, contributing 34% to the GDP. This is a huge numbers that we are talking about. As we speak today, we see how the pandemic has brought about a standstill in the SME space. And yes, we need to look at every ways of doing it. Our 2021 budget that is still ongoing at the Parliament also catered for some of these programs, skilling, upskilling, and so on. I think the most important thing is that when we do things, it has to be for the many. I always talked about digital economy for the many, not for the select few. And if we can do that, then I think we have a chance. And MDEC is working very hard on the Malaysia 5.0. We all know that this thing happened in Japan in 2016 with the Society 5.0. AI is good, IoT is good, everything is good. But how does these things come about to help the human-centered approach? So the eco-environmental approach, where the economy and the environment should be balanced.
Yeah.
So these are the things that MDEC will be looking at, and we will welcome anyone who can help us, work with us to nurture and to develop, and especially in the survive to restart mode these days.
Yeah, excellent, Dr. Rai. So I've looked into the press recently. More than 10 different programs, different agencies, especially MDEC is leading the way in helping out entrepreneurs, helping out companies, MSME, micro enterprises, or even SMEs to survive and go beyond. We do have advantage because we are managing the pandemic pretty well, better than a lot of other countries. So let's pick up the tempo. There are a couple of questions I want to get through the next 10 minutes or so. The same question, Tuan Nazri, I call it Tuan Nazri, is much more comfortable. So in the case of my FIB, the rebuild and the restore, does that apply to the first question just now? And that's basically on the destructions of pandemic. Tuan Nazri?
Absolutely. And Dr. Rais actually articulated very well. I echoed his sentiment when it comes to the role of financial institutions, re-lending money, refinancing money to their existing clientele, so that in such a way that the money doesn't get plowed back into the economy. This was actually observed in many jurisdictions, in the neighboring countries in the previous crisis. So despite the money, billions of dollars being set aside to inject funds into the ecosystem through new lending or new financing activities, the banks decided to take a more conservative approach. They settle their existing clientele and just refinance it with the normal P plus I, principal plus interest. So, it struck a memory there. So I like to agree on that point, and certain measures need to be undertaken to make sure that the funds really indeed goes out to help the SMEs in need. So yes, the number 1.2 million MSME, very large, right? And out of that pool, we reckon that about 10% of that needs to be assisted more critically than the other, because they are basically holding the fortress of the Malaysian economy. And this 10% of the 1.2 million MSME that Dato' Rais was mentioned comes from these 5 key critical sectors, such as, number one, not in order of critical, number one is retail, professional services, number 2 is retail outlets, number 3 is manufacturing, of all sectors. 4th is logistics, transportation, and 5th is trading and wholesale. Now, these 5 sectors are indeed very critical, such that if they collapse, right, then there will be a major catastrophic impact on the GDP, on the employment, and more assistance than before needs to be channeled to help these MSMEs. So that's where the crux of our presentation is all about. How do we help these 120,000, this 10% MSME? Of course, the 90% also needs to be helped, right? But how do we quickly help this under 3 months? So this is where AI must come in. And as I mentioned earlier, AI cannot just come in to tell the SMEs to adopt it. Okay, it doesn't work that way. They must be the beneficiary. They must be the recipient of that, not the user of technology. There's a big difference, yeah? If you tell the business owner, here, use this technology, I give you money, improvise. They will not know what to do and they will not focus on what needs to be done. But if you tell them this is an AI technology, it can bring you new customers, you are the beneficiary, you are the recipient of the output or outcome of that. The mindset by the SMEs towards the technology will be different. So it's about how you create that strategic narrative, yeah, to get the business owners to know that by using AI, not as an adopter per se, but the beneficiary. They don't have to implement it, they use it, they get higher sales, higher profit, lower cost, higher productivity. How do you actually streamline that? Not 1, not 10, not 100, but all 130,000. How do you do that? There's no way manual approach is possible under 3 months to do that. Even if you call upon 120,000 consultants, right? That period of restructuring, restoring and rebuilding and resetting, like what Dato' Rais was saying, is very almost impossible to do it. And it's not feasible. Okay, so technology is important right in the middle. Okay,
Tanatri, I think I'm subscribed to you, the AI and of course the drones, new emerging technology, blockchain, predictive analytics and all that, right? But what about the e-commerce part on the resilient sales channel? And that offers a broader for especially the F&B and the retail side of it. So that e-commerce has soared so high. So does F&B by FinB, your organization, address this?
So e-commerce is split into 2 parts, B2B and B2C, right? B2C, in this case, the example you cited, is about making the transactions more seamless. Transactions, however, there's a gap. Not every e-commerce player can create that marketplace like Alibaba or the Alibabas of the world. Because if you create that e-commerce transaction, you need to have a marketplace, you need to have a community. If you don't have it, it'll just be an efficient tool, but it's not effective. So what we see lacking in B2C e-commerce players right now is their inability to create from transaction to move into insights, to move into product or customer loyalty. So this is the issue that we see amongst B2C e-commerce players. So a lot of efforts need to be done by these e-commerce players to create insights, to create loyalty, so that they can build a stronger marketplace. For those B2B players like the training providers, the consultants, the lawyers, the accountants, right? They need to move from transactional based strategy into strategic focus such that they can create impact for their customers. So we see that even for e-commerce, they need to move from transactional to more insights, to more strategic, to more outcome-based approach. This is the part that they want to be more sustainable and viable in the long term. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. There's some question out there. So last question, maybe we'll try to wrap up shortly. Yeah, let's give a takeaway. Yeah? Dato' Wira, Dr. Haji Rais, yeah? This is a question to MDEC. There are trends. The force of good unveiled creativity, solution to sustainability challenges, and nimble through the strategies with great perseverance. So does MDEC help SMEs that are going through these phases of challenges, and how do you identify them and how you get them on board? That's right.
Okay, good. I'll give an anecdotal experience that I personally had when I went to buy some furniture for my children. And this is a particular company with about 280 million ringgit revenues annually. And they have closed down most of their retail outlets. When they've closed down their retail outlets, so I was forced to go to the warehouse, so to speak. And coincidentally, the CEO of the company was there. And while we were chatting, we were discussing, and I asked them, why do you close all the retail outlets? And then he says that during the COVID-19, while the online transactions has gone up phenomenally and exponentially, the retail outlets has completely went dead, understandably because of the MCO, CMCO, and all the alphabets that follow suit. And guess what? He had to let go many of the staff that has been working with him for more than 15 years. So this is very difficult for him. He almost went into tears. Then I asked him, so how do you talk about online selling gone up and so on? So how do you do it? Why don't do you have a digital strategy within your company? Oh, I put my product on Lazada.
Yeah.
You see, their digital strategy is putting the product on Lazada. So then I explained to him that instead of putting this product on this marketplace platforms, why don't you have your own and then you do the SEOs and so on and so forth, and then you save money in terms of paying commissions to these platforms. And then, well, the PayPal part, you can't do much, the payment gateway, but still you can save a lot of money. Then he says, really? Can be done? I'm talking about 280 million ringgit revenue company. Really, can it be done? I say, yes, of course can be done. Come. So I showed my mobile phone, and I went to the MDEC website, and then on his mobile phone actually, and then I said, this, hey, that's you. Say, yeah, I'm working there. But let me tell you what MDEC can do. So I explained to him what the digital adoption program, the SME digital adoption program, and so on and so forth. And then he said, wouldn't it be expensive? Do I have to hire people? Do I have to do? Can you imagine that this is a $280 million company? So I have to tell him that. Then I see myself the resistance to this digital and digitization, as what Nazri was talking about. What was the thing? They cannot accept the structured way of doing this digitization. For them, oh my God, this is something alien. So just imagine, this is simple e-commerce platform, not even AI, and they feel that it's alien. So when you talk about AI, Terminator will come in. So the thing is that there must be more outreach that we need to do. The more make it very simple, no need to be too complicated. And I keep on telling this, that MDEC must be for the many. The outreach must be simplistic. There should be a ready-made solution, and then hand-holding for a period of time through the agents of change, so to speak. But I'm really interested in to see how Nazri's AI thing is going to work, because if it is going to work, probably we need to tap into that system and see how we can credibly help our SMEs. Because remember, it's 1.2 million, 7.7 million jobs, and 34% contribution to the GDP. We cannot get wrong.
Yes, just Dr. Rais. Okay, we have 3 more minutes, so let's just do a wrap up, and I'll give a minute each for a key takeaway. So, as you can see, the digital transformation of the nation can be described as a journey. So, even MPC is going through a journey, and we have launched many packages. I just want to mention again the D.I.G, the Digital Transformation Guide, a survival kit for the whole 1.2 million micro enterprises as well as the SMEs. So along the way, we do have to address the challenges. We do have to look at your customer. That's key. And we have to implement the right kind of leadership that you have been listening throughout this summit. So the next question is really choice. Business as usual is as good as business normal. So can each one, Dr. Wira, Dr. Rais, and also Nazri, give your 1 minute takeaway. How should everybody head in this journey in the same destination rather than everybody fighting each other? So maybe Dr. Rais first.
Nazri, please try to get in touch with me, and I need to get in touch with you to see how we can credibly help the SMEs. Having said that, MDEC has actually initiated this Malaysia 5.0. Many people have been asking about what is Malaysia 5.0. This is basically a society deeply integrated with technology, governed by inclusive and equitable eco-environmental principles and practices. In short, human-centered approach. You are absolutely right that you cannot be business as usual. Business as usual means no more business. We need to change, but we need to also explain the need for change. In this driving this digitalization and digitization, the most important thing, apart from the technology layers and all that, is the need for change. People must understand that $280 million company must understand why they need to change. Although it's really open there, in front of their face, they've closed all the retail outlets and they are going online. So that is going to be a big challenge in trying to sell change. Within MDEC, this is very important. Within MDEC, we are going through massive change. I think some of you would have seen that there's a board restructuring, the management restructuring, and more to come. And we are going to repurpose and rechannel and refocus on how to drive the digital economy for the many. I think this is very key. If we do not do that, then it will become a space dominated by few, and it will never address the issue of digital inclusiveness, will not address the issue of income inequality, and so on and so forth. For some people, they talk about income inequality in like a charitable situation. I talk about income inequality in a progressive capitalism method. What is progressive capitalism? The more people who have money, disposable income, the more progress in the society will achieve. Now, how to address putting money in people's pocket? This is where we talk about doing away with minimum wage and bringing in high income, trust, bringing in innovation, bringing in technology space. This is going to be quite a big thing that MDEC is going to drive. But safe to say for today, remember Malaysia 5.0.
Okay, excellent. So we remember Malaysia 5.0 and all the same journey. One quick minute, Tuan Nazri, your takeaway?
Credit, kudos to Datuk Wira. He gives a very well-rounded 360 perspective in a very short period of time. I just have to comment on that. Thank you so much. For us, the issue of Malaysia 5.0 has to be supported by both public and private partnership models. As per any other nation-building programs, the private sector cannot exist, cannot push its impact of technology without the public. And we believe that public sector needs the innovation that the private sector has to basically catalyze, the transformation process. So that's all I have to say about that, because partnerships are very important, be it with MPC or MDEC, MyFinbi and its Center of Excellence in AI would like to create an impact, AI for good or force of good by using technology. So we never advocate technology for the sake of using technology, but we always look at the outcome in mind. Like what Asia says, right? Now everybody can fly. So our mantra is actually now everybody can own AI. And more importantly is how do you create AI for impact? So people do not care about the technology that you use, right? The business owners care about the impact it costs across sectors.
Excellent.
So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right. Okay, we have run over 2 minutes, so we'll wrap it up. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Dr. Wira, Dr. Rais. Thank you, Tuan Nazri. So with that, thank you again to the organizer for inviting us all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Syaiful Bahrom. Thank you, Datuk Wira.
Thank you very much to our moderator, Mr. Syaiful Bahram, for moderating that discussion, and thank you all for chiming in with your questions as well. Moving on, we will be introducing the Digital Stars Framework. Our next session will be led by Professor Dr. Ahmad Zaki, who will elaborate further on the Digital Stars Framework. He's the president of MNCC and Vice Chancellor of Perdana University. Professor Dr. Ahmad Zaki bin Abu Bakar has been involved in the information and communications technology scene for more than 43 years, since he started his career as a telecommunications technical assistant with Telekom Malaysia in 1977. He has vast experience in managing various responsibilities and serves in many national and international committees. Currently, he is the Vice Chancellor of Perdana University since 2020 and President of the Malaysian National Computer Confederation, MNCC. Also, EXCO member of the Southeast Asia Regional Confederation since June 2012. He was appointed by the Minister of Education in September 1996 as the founding Managing Director of the Malaysian National Institute of Translation Berhad, a government-owned company to spearhead the creation of the Malaysian transition industry. He holds a PhD in electrical engineering from UTM in collaboration with Kyoto University, Japan, a master's degree in engineering from California Polytechnic State University, USA, a Bachelor of Science degree from Essex University, UK, and a diploma in electrical engineering from UTM. And on that note, I'll now hand you over to Professor Dr. Zaki for this introduction.
Assalamualaikum and also good afternoon. I'm here to talk about the Digital Stars Internship Program. This is actually a special program that was initiated by the Digital Productivity Nexus to solve actually a very important issue For many years, actually, the industries have complained that our graduates do not have the skill and do not have the mindset, and also do not know how to do work in the industry. While on the other side, the institution of higher education have already prepared the graduates to be able actually to work efficiently in the industry. But of course, the industry is actually so large. So it will be very difficult to specialize on certain skill. So what we have done is actually to solve this mismatch by providing a framework to address a critical moment whereby actually before the graduates go to the industry, they will have to do their internship. So this is actually a place where we saw that actually that we can get them. So we have actually a digital stars framework whereby we want the interns to go through a process before they are being placed at the industry. So we have actually a framework whereby in the first cycle, we open registration to companies, yeah, to place actually to those actually interested to provide interns places actually. Then we also open registration for institution of higher learning, so that they will register and then get their students actually then to register. So when we have the three parties already registered, then we can start doing some kind of profiling. Yeah. So we profile the prospective student who actually in the final year, so that we know what are their skill sets, what have they learned, because there are various institutions of higher learning, so we cannot generalize. Then we have done, since we have the registration from the companies and also organization, could be from also the institution of can be coming from the government. So we profile that organization too and try then to match, yeah, the two parties, the interns and also the organization, so that actually the interns that will be going to the organization will be well matched. But before they go to the industry, we have actually a special session whereby we have 3 courses actually organized, so that actually the interns will be more well prepared. One is actually we'll give a course on ethical mindset and professional behavior course actually. So this is actually to get them to think actually in terms of growth mindset, and also to have this professional behavior when they are actually in the industry, when during the internship, and of course later on when they are in the industry, when they're working. A very important element is actually we want to get all the interns to have a similar skill. Various institutions of learning will have different ways of conducting various programs in terms of maybe programming and of course the digital skills. So here is actually we will provide the digital technical skills for them. And also important element, because they are going to the industry for a very short time, they need to have a kind of a mindset where also skill to manage their projects that will be given by the industry. Okay, so with that actually, they will be given 2 weeks program. Yeah. So after that, actually, we also brief, yeah, the interns, the companies, first the companies, on what they should set, actually what are the requirements to be able to host the interns. And we need to also get the industrial and also academic supervisors, the industrial supervisor coming from the company or the organization, and the academic supervisor from the institution of higher learning. So we'll match the two supervisors, yeah, and so that they have a similar idea on how to manage the interns and also to ensure that they are able to do the job that is actually required. So then they get a full internship. Once that's done, actually, definitely in all learning programs, we have actually assessment. So the two academic and also industrial supervisors will assess the interns and come up with the full assessment. And from there, actually, we hope the interns not only get actually good feedback from the two supervisors, but also learn many things, yeah, well, because they already placed actually in the industry for depending, yeah. Most institute of learning offer only 3 months, 6 months. Of course, many industries prefer actually for them to be there for 9 months, but the current situation actually for digital is only 3 months. So once we finish the placement assessment, then again we finish the first round, the first cycle. Then we need to do some kind of the reflection of the program, how it has performed, and what need to be done to improve the next cycle. So that's actually a digital stars program. So this program is actually again under the digital nexus under the Malaysian Productivity Corporation, yeah, and it's conducted, yeah, in collaboration with Malaysian National Computer Confederation (MNCC), with the Institution of Higher Learning, yeah, and definitely we need the Ministry of Higher Education, specifically for this actually the Department of Polytechnics and community colleges, yeah, and we have also other members actually that will assist us to do this. So we look forward to this program, and we hope we will be able to help our interns to be placed in the industry, and once they finish, they graduate, they will be our digital stars ready for employment. That I think is actually, thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Zaki. And next, to lead into a very important exchange of certificates of collaboration, or COC, between the Department of Polytechnic and Community College, DPCC, and the MPC, and to deliver concluding remarks, we have Dato' Abdul Latif bin Haji Abu Saman, who's currently the Director General of Malaysia Productivity Corporation. Under his stewardship, MPC has successfully collaborated with international government bodies such as the Australian Government Productivity Commission and the OECD in establishing Malaysia's Quality Regulatory Management System, QRMS, also modernizing the country's business regulations. He also leads the MPC team to improve Malaysia's competitiveness and enhance the country's business climate through engagements with the World Bank and the respective ministries and agencies and the business community under the ambit of Pemuda, the special task force to facilitate business. He's also an active participant and in programs at the international stage, namely in ASEAN, APAC, OECD, and the Commonwealth countries, to name a few. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, please help us welcome Dato' Abdul Latif bin Haji Abu Saman.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yang berusaha Tuan Haji Muhammad Amin bin Hamad, the Deputy Director General, Department of Polytechnic and Community College Education, in short, DPCCE. Yang berbahagia the Champion for the Digital Productivity Nexus, DPN. Yang berbahagia Datuk Wei Chuan Beng, Yang Berusaha Profesor Dr. Ahmad Zaki Abu Bakar, President of Malaysia National Computer Confederation, MNCC, and Vice Chancellor of Perdana University, speakers, panelists and moderators, heads of government departments and agencies, captains of industries, members of media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I bid a very warm welcome to everyone to the ceremony of exchange certificate of collaboration between Department of Polytechnic and Community College and Malaysia Productivity Corporation. This ceremony is in conjunction with Leadership and Digital Summit 2020, Go Big with Digital. We are very grateful to have Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri Muhammad Azmin Ali, the Senior Minister of MITI, which has officiated the summit this morning. According to his message that he delivered this morning, Yang Berhormat has emphasized that in the age of digital disruption, the mantra of breakthrough, integrity and good resonates indeed with demands for continuous innovation and enhanced productivity through the adoption of digital technology. Ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia Productivity Corporation, being the leading organization to enhance productivity and competitiveness in Malaysia, focuses on unlocking and promoting greater productivity within Malaysia's industry sector. There are 9 productivity nexus which were set up and commissioned under the Malaysia Productivity Blueprint, and that includes the Digital Productivity Nexus, DPN in short. These are nexus that drive productivity growth through multiple strategies. The strategies can be done through collaboration between industry, government and universities, while introducing a more cohesive industry structure and ecosystem via utilities access and knowledge sharing. MPC continues to support DPN in accelerating its activities in the new norm amidst the COVID-19 pandemic through various digital platforms and strategic collaborations, namely virtual advisory clinics and Go Big with Digital webinar series, which will indeed assist industries to recover and grow their business. Ladies and gentlemen, in the light of new challenges faced due to the unprecedented COVID-19 crisis, DPN has initiated the Digital Stars program. Digital Stars pose as a quadruple helix mechanism to gauge the industry's woes in finding digital talents. The most effective way to implement is through internship program. Digital Stars aim to address shortage of digital talents and strengthen the collaboration between industry, academia, government and community to reduce mismatch of talent supply and demand. This morning, our speakers have discussed on the importance of digitalization to drive productivity in the organization and businesses. Thus, businesses need talents with the current digital skill sets to fulfill industry demands as they go through the digitization process. MPC and DPN look at engaging more institutions of higher learning that are open to collaborate and produce graduates with sought-after digital skills and industrial mindset. On that note, again, I would like to thank the Department of Polytechnic and Community College Education for the strategic collaboration with MPC on Digital Stars program. This is a step forward. Ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to express my appreciation to all the speakers, moderators, partners, and participants for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend the summit. I believe that Leadership and Digital Summit 2020 Go Big with Digital, which aims to create awareness on the breakthrough, integrity, and good, have successfully served its purpose to embrace the digital revolution through technology innovation. This can only be rolled out successfully through great digital leadership. On that note, I wish all those embarking in this summit a great success. I hope that this mantra of B.I.G, big, will be welcomed by everyone, and we will work together on the government's agenda for a more prosperous Malaysia. Till then, stay safe, stay healthy, and continue to stay productive. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've concluded all our speaking sessions for this event, but we still have two more interesting and unique sessions coming up next. We have our showcasing AR and AI now from our technology partners. So let me pass the floor first to Nexcom International Co. Limited, Taiwan, to conduct the AR showcase. How's that for augmented reality and something that we all are already embracing? It is looking like AR will definitely redefine 2021 and beyond. But AI, it's come a long way. Let's see what the cutting edge technology is like with eTronics Sendirian Berhad, Malaysia.
Selamat sejahtera. Nama saya Zafri, saya mewakili Exotics Sendirian Berhad. Kami merupakan sekumpulan pakar dalam bidang Vision Artificial Intelligence. Kamera keselamatan CCTV kini sudah dipasang di lebih 1 bilion lokasi di merata dunia. Gambar dan video dari semua jenis kamera diambil dari dalam bangunan, dari langit dan dari tangan anda. Tetapi, bilakah anda meneliti kejadian-kejadian yang dirakam? Sudah pasti kita akan lihat rakaman hanya apabila sesuatu insiden telah berlaku. Contohnya, jika ada kemalangan atau jenayah. Masalahnya, sudah terdapat beratus-ratus jam rakaman untuk mencari sesuatu kejadian yang berlaku dalam masa beberapa saat. Akan memakan masa yang sangat lama. Bukankah lebih baik jika anda diberitahu mengenai insiden semasa ia berlaku. Dapatkan maklumat dalam masa nyata untuk mengambil tindakan segera. Sistem Vision AI perlu dikhususkan dengan aplikasi anda. Pengkhususan ini menjadi senang dengan perisian kami iaitu ITX Core. Kami telah berjaya mengaplikasikan ITX Core ke pelbagai sektor seperti yang tertera. ITX Core adalah pakej software yang menyambungkan kamera biasa dan menjadikannya kamera bijak dikuasai AI. Contoh aplikasi ITX Core yang telah diguna pakai adalah melaporkan keadaan jalan raya seperti mengira kenderaan di persimpangan lalu lintas atau memberi amaran jika berlakunya kecemasan atau kemalangan. Sistem kami boleh mengukur jarak antara orang. Berikan peringatan audio agar mereka mematuhi jarak fizikal. Pada masa yang sama, kenali orang yang memasuki bangunan dan hidupkan lampu untuk mereka secara automatik. Jika anda ingin menambah kebolehan artificial intelligence ke dalam bisnes anda, benarkan Exotic untuk memudahkan lanjakan digital anda. Seterusnya, saya ingin menunjukkan beberapa aplikasi Vision AI yang telah dibangunkan Exotic. Yang pertama ini adalah AI untuk kegunaan dalam building management system. So, kalau ada satu bangunan yang ada banyak IoT sistem, contohnya lampu yang dia boleh dikawal menggunakan wireless system, air conditioning yang boleh dikawal. Bayangkan kalau ada manusia yang bergerak masuk dalam sesuatu bangunan, baru lampu itu dipasang. Kita boleh kira untuk keselamatan berapa orang yang masuk dalam bangunan ataupun keluar sesuatu bangunan. Dapat memeriksa pada siang ataupun pada waktu malam kegunaan fasiliti-fasiliti dalam bangunan. Di sini pula saya ingin menunjukkan user interface di mana user boleh memilih untuk apa yang nak didetect. So di sini ada face mask detection ataupun loitering dan juga intruder. Saya ingin menunjukkan yang pertama contoh untuk loitering. Contoh loitering ni adalah apabila ada orang berdiri di satu kawasan lama-lama dan agak suspicious untuk dia duduk lama-lama, kita boleh detect berapa lama dia duduk situ, dan kalau terlalu lama kita akan memberi signal kepada user. Di sini kita tunjuk contoh hanya hantar gambar melalui Telegram. Contoh seterusnya adalah untuk intruder. Dalam intruder detection, di sini kita akan tandakan kawasan yang orang tak sepatutnya masuk. Pada ini adalah kawasan di pintu pagar ni. So, kalau ada orang masuk dalam kawasan pintu pagar, kita akan memberikan yang sama amaran kepada user melalui Telegram. Dan sambungan kepada app adalah bergantung kepada user. Kita boleh sambungkan kepada apa-apa API pun. Baiklah, untuk contoh seterusnya dalam manufacturing line, dalam production line, ada beberapa aktiviti pemeriksaan kualiti yang masih dibuat oleh manusia. Kebanyakannya boleh diautomatekan, tapi ada beberapa perkara yang masih menggunakan khidmat manusia disebabkan kepentingan ataupun mungkin perkara-perkara yang nak diperiksa tu memang tidak boleh dilakukan oleh mesin. Maka dengan kerjasama bersama dengan syarikat manufacturing tempatan, kita telah membangunkan satu sistem untuk memeriksa output kualiti produk-produk. Antaranya adalah untuk memeriksa cala ataupun kerosakan fizikal kepada bahagian-bahagian yang telah siap. Video ini menunjukkan sistem kami yang dapat mengenal pasti jenis produk yang telah siap. So, produk-produk ini dinamakan A1, B1, C2 dan sistem kami dapat mengenal pasti sekadar melihat produk itu. Lagi satu adalah kita dapat mengenal pasti juga bentuk-bentuk yang ada pada bahagian telah siap tu. Jika metal press tu tak menjalankan tugas dia dengan betul, kemungkinan salah satu bentuk ni tak siap. Itu menjadikan dia kerosakan. Sistem kami juga dapat mengenal pasti kerosakan fizikal. Macam sini ada pecah di sini, juga dapat dikenal pasti. So, pecah, cala, ni antara artifak yang sukar untuk dikenal pasti oleh vision system biasa. Lagi satu ada ketukan di sini juga dapat dikenal pasti. Sistem yang dapat mengenal pasti kerosakan ataupun kecacatan dalam produk akan memastikan kualiti pengeluaran production line tip-top. Kita bergerak daripada pemeriksaan kualiti kepada keselamatan. Di sini sistem kita dapat mengesan pemakaian alat pelindung diri macam safety helmet, safety vest dan juga glove. Di dalam tapak pembinaan ataupun di kilang-kilang juga, kita dapati ada PPE tidak dipakai oleh kaki tangan yang bekerja dalam zon bahaya. Ini sangat penting untuk staf mematuhi syarat keselamatan. Seterusnya adalah satu sistem yang kami bangunkan bersama dengan satu syarikat yang mengendali lampu isyarat. Di sini kita develop software untuk mengenal pasti jenis kenderaan mengikut jenama dan juga mengira jumlah kenderaan yang lalu dalam sesuatu junction. Sistem yang sama dapat diguna pakai semula di barrier gate. Kalau boleh bayangkan di mana-mana kondo, taman perumahan, pejabat, semua akan ada barrier gate dan akan ada kaunter keselamatan yang akan secara manual mengambil jenis kereta dan juga plate number. Kita dapat menjalankan catatan ini secara automatik. Di sini pula kami bekerjasama dengan syarikat pengurusan kenderaan. Syarikat tersebut ingin mendapatkan maklumat pemandu supaya kenderaan dipandu dalam keadaan selamat. So, sistem kami akan terdapat satu kamera yang menghala kepada pemandu dan kita dapat mengenal pasti selain daripada fungsi-fungsi kenderaan, kita dapat juga mengenal pasti keadaan pemandu. Adakah beliau mengantuk ataupun terganggu melihat kawasan lain, tidak melihat kepada jalan. Kita dapat merekod kejadian tersebut dan jika perlu melaporkannya. Bekerjasama dengan syarikat drone, kami dapati antara servis yang diberi oleh syarikat drone adalah untuk mengira jumlah pokok dalam sesuatu ladang, contohnya di ladang kelapa sawit. Ini penting untuk membeli baja yang cukup dan tepat supaya tidak membazir, dan untuk peladang mereka akan dapat menjimat beribu-ribu ringgit. Dari segi syarikat drone pula, memang kerja diorang adalah untuk mengira jumlah pokok tu tiap-tiap satu, dan buat masa ini memang dibuat secara manual. So, sistem kita dapat mengirakan pokok itu secara automatik dan juga tandakan lokasi di dalam peta. Contoh terakhir saya adalah dalam pengesanan penyakit padi. Di sini kita bekerjasama dengan Jabatan Pertanian Negeri Selangor, di mana didapati ada peladang yang menghadapi serangan penyakit pada ladang padi mereka dan terpaksa memanggil bantuan Jabatan Pertanian. Tapi untuk expert tu untuk turun ke ladang mengambil masa sebab expert tu memang ada banyak panggilan untuk pergi ke banyak-banyak ladang. So, antara solution yang kita majukan bersama adalah membuat app. Di sini adalah app yang kita bangunkan untuk mengesan jenis penyakit pada padi itu, dan kita juga dapat menunjukkan kalau dah kenal penyakit itu apa, apakah langkah-langkah yang perlu diambil oleh pesawat tersebut untuk mengurangkan kesan penyakit ke atas ladang mereka. Begitu sahaja sedikit sebanyak pengenalan kebolehan eksotik Sdn Bhd dalam bidang Vision Artificial Intelligence. Saya berharap perkongsian saya ini dapat dimanfaatkan semua. Sekali lagi, jika anda ingin menambah kebolehan Artificial Intelligence ke dalam bisnes anda, benarkan eksotik untuk memudahkan lanjakan digital anda.
We'd like to thank both our technology partners for sharing on AR and AI. That's definitely something that we're going to be looking forward to. Day by day, we're getting validations and reminders that AR and AI are here to propel us into the future. It really is a matter of how we apply it into our own business and our daily life. Thank you once again to both our technology partners, and do get in touch with them if you feel their solutions are something that you would like to use to propel your own business further. Now, we've reached the final session of the event, the virtual networking session. To begin the virtual networking session, you can choose to sit in any table and start connecting with the person sitting at that table. You can turn on your video and audio to communicate with each other. You can also switch in between tables, kind of like speed dating. All the best, and we hope there'll be countless opportunities spurred by this event and opportunities for collaboration. Let's make the best of it, and we have 15 minutes allocated for this session.